and take care. Just let the push. No, he's that I don't. How do I maybe I'll move it for you. You just look at me and then I'll. Yes. Just later.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Jojo Mehra. Sorry for the late start. I think we're just facing some tech issues here. We'll very quickly, before we show the demo, I'll run you through what eGov is, why we're here, etc. So I just thought I'll start with, if you can move on to the next slide, please. We'll just start with why we're here. One, we just want to share our approach to digital transformation in the context of course, health campaigns. We're here to demonstrate Digit Health Campaign Management. That's the product that we've built. We also want to learn from your experiences on what is relevant to you. We've been having a few discussions, quite a few discussions over the last few days with multiple teams, and it's been really, really enriching for us. And we want to engage with governments, nonprofits, tech partners on leveraging Digit. That's why we're here. If you can move on to the next slide, please. Yeah. So a little bit about eGov. We build digital public infrastructure. We work with governments. We work with markets to transform governance and public service delivery. It's a 20-year-old organization. We were formed in 2003. And at that point in time, the idea was to use technology to solve some of the problems that urban India was facing. Just for context, urban India has about 4,800 cities, and there are lots of problems. The private sector was doing pretty well, and the thesis was that if we can use technology in the private sector to do well, we should be able to use technology in the public sector as well, in the governments, to improve the lives of people. When I say urban, I mean municipal governance, city governance. So things like how do you go and increase the revenue of a city through things like property tax, trade license, etc. People have a lot of grievances. How do you go and build technology to go and solve these grievances? And hence, eGov's origins are really working in the trenches with the government, making sure that technology is adopted. For the better part of our lives, we built solutions, and I think it became apparent in about 8-10 years that approach is going to take a very, very long time. Like I said, India has about 4,800 cities. In 8-10 years, we were at about 7,200 cities is what we had covered. So 5 or 6 years ago, there was a thought saying that we need a new approach if we really have to scale this up. And that's why we pivoted to the platform approach, saying that how can we build something that can scale very quickly and it is sustainable. So the team practically rebuilt the entire technology stack using building blocks. I'll talk a little bit about it in the next few slides. And the results were interesting. What it allowed us to do was to use the same technology building blocks for multiple areas, moving from urban. eGov started working in sanitation, in public finance management. We can go on to the previous slide, please. It's the previous slide, back slide. Yeah, thank you. So sanitation, public finance management, and most recently health. The results over the last few years have been pretty interesting. eGov and Digit as a platform has delivered about 1.1 billion public services. It's mobilized $1.9 billion of revenue for governments. We've delivered 2.3 billion vaccination certificates. This is through the DIVOC platform. Outside of DIVOC, we've served about 260 million citizens, and we've not done this alone. This is with a huge network of 200 plus partners. Digit and eGov is present in about 6 countries right now. So we ourselves focus on 4 sectors that you see on your screen. But overall, we're working in 8 sectors. This is through other partners who've used Digit to solve their problems in legal case management, in education, etc. And overall, the network has built about over 50 solutions on Digit. We're supported by the Nandan Nilekani for Philanthropies, BMGF, Omidyar Network, and Tata Trust. If you can move on to the next slide. Thanks. So there are 3 pillars to our work at eGov. The first one is building out digital public infrastructure. So we build, if you can move on to the next slide. Yeah, we build building blocks that are used across various different applications. We build end user solutions. There are open APIs and specifications, and that's the core of our work. But that works, that's still incomplete. A large part of our effort, as you can see on 2/3 of the screen, really goes towards working with the state on building out state capacity. And the way we do this is by working on governance programs with governments, with departments, with national agencies. We've put together a whole repository of playbooks, of best practices. We do a lot of advisory on program and technology support. The third one that you see over there is on catalyzing markets. We've got something called Digit Academy, which is a training and certification, a product that we work with market players, with governments to really go and enable them on Digit itself. There are, thank you. There are toolkits and documentations, and we work with a lot of market players to make sure that whatever is getting built, the market can step in and innovate on top of that. Moving on to health, right? So the problems that we're looking at solving in health campaigns. When we started having these discussions with multiple partners, I think we looked at the problems in 2 ways. One, what are the specific problems that actors are facing and on the ground? And 2, what are the systemic, as a result, what are the systemic issues? What we understood was that when you're looking at national agencies, the main problems that came out was about visibility of data, visibility of progress, visibility of problems in real time. And there was very little data to be able to go and make a decision. For managers and supervisors, there was inadequate information and they were constantly firefighting. And that's something that we saw across multiple campaigns that we kind of experienced ourselves and we heard from partners. And for frontline workers, there were issues around having limited training, constant issues kept coming up in runtime. The tasks that they were performing were repetitive and the payments were delayed. And overall, from a campaign perspective, we zeroed it down into 5 key problems. One was that there was very low effectiveness of campaigns that were being run. Campaigns were plagued with logistical complexities. There was limited visibility of data, progress, what's happening on the ground. The approach to us seemed very siloed, and there was limited ownership that national agencies and governments had on their own products and the data. So when we started thinking about this, we said, okay, let's agree on a few principles by which we will look at addressing the challenges, understanding the problems in health campaigns and overall in the health space. And I'll very briefly touch upon these. The first is that everything that we do will be built using reusable building blocks. That means that if a problem has been solved once in any space, any government, any application, any agency should not have to solve it again. A real example of this is if, say, there is a problem of user management, saying that we've got to onboard a lot of volunteers, we've got to onboard a lot of health workers. If we can design that once, it should be available for everyone to use. We will not reuse this. Now, that could be in a frontline worker app, that could be in your health surveillance app, it could be on anything, but we will not reuse this. And that was one of the first principles that we work with. The second was on having shared data registries. that if a piece of data has been collected once, it should be available for everyone, multiple campaigns, multiple disease types, routine healthcare, surveillance, etc. There should not be a need to duplicate data. The third is looking at interoperability to open specs and open APIs. This really allows the system to collaborate, to coordinate, to innovate, and interoperability is baked into the design of Digit as a platform and health campaign management. And finally, everything that we do is free and open source. What this allows you to do, these four principles, is one product can be repurposed for all campaigns. Enumeration, for example, and these are just some things that I'm outlining here. Enumeration is done once, it's enriched continuously. Data would flow across systems. It's not siloed. Your solution can start to interoperate. Using the building blocks, agencies, governments, tech partners can go and create multiple new solutions. You see a little asterisk out there. When eGov started, we had created about 10 solutions in the urban space. The remaining 40, 50 solutions are built by the ecosystem on their own. What it also does, this approach, is that it lowers the cost of software and of running programs. And finally, sovereigns can own their digital assets and their data. So with that, I just want to spend a minute telling you about how we got here. And again, I'm stressing a lot on our approach because I think that's important to get started. We're kind of new over here. We just want to make sure that whatever, sorry, is that?
Operations are fragmented from setting up to delivery. Coordinating is hard. Stockouts are frequent and payments get delayed. Different campaigns. Health campaigns are critical for delivering life-saving interventions across the world.
Okay, we'll play this video first and then I'll come back. I think there was a little bit of a glitch there.
Health campaigns are critical for delivering life-saving interventions across the world, especially in Africa, where routine health systems are still maturing. Health campaigns prevent millions of deaths and reduce trillions of dollars worth of disease burden. It takes months of planning, thousands of people, and billions of dollars to run campaigns. While digital tools are bringing about some efficiency, they are not doing enough. Coverage still remains uncertain, and cost effectiveness a major concern. Current solutions don't seem to support the entire campaign cycle. Operations are fragmented from setting up to delivery. Coordinating is hard. Stockouts are frequent and payments get delayed. Different campaigns use different solutions which often don't work together. And efforts like enumeration have to be repeated every year and in each campaign. This leaves the team stitching information across multiple silos, since real-time data is never available as it stands. Decision makers face an impossible choice. Digital tools are either free but not fit for purpose, or they do the job but cost a fortune, taking money away from inventory, wages, and actual delivery. These realities made it very clear that point solutions cannot do the job. Health campaigns needed a holistic digital transformation. This is how Digit HCM came into being. HCM stands for Health Campaign Management, a free, fit-for-purpose, open-source product built as a digital public infrastructure to help countries transform health campaigns. Right from setting up campaigns to planning inventory and tracking delivery, it has all crucial components to simplify end-to-end operations and make decisions in real time. For national teams, it provides a digital headquarters to quickly set up and configure multiple campaigns, track progress with real-time data, and a centralized help desk to ensure that campaigns run without bottlenecks. Managers and supervisors get a co-pilot to run end-to-end operations. They can quickly track registrations and delivery, manage attendance and stocks, resolve complaints, make payments, and monitor progress, all from a single app. Frontline workers too have a digital partner, a mobile-first app that readily works offline. simplifies routine tasks with built-in data checks, easy navigation, and on-call support. It also ensures they get timely wages with smart payments. You see, when things are designed holistically, the entire system just works. And that's what Digit HCM does. It is not just another solution. It is built to be a strategic digital infra for public health, to enable high-speed transformations and new possibilities. Modular building blocks allow the same product to be reconfigured for different campaigns and diseases. And these building blocks can be reused to create new solutions in routine health, primary healthcare, and so on. Shared data registries provide a single source of truth from day one. All data of campaign staff, health facilities, and households can now be created once and leveraged across campaigns today and for routine healthcare tomorrow. Open APIs make it interoperable by default. No more worrying about siloed data or fragmentation. Digit HCM can work with any new or old system. As a true digital public infrastructure, it makes digital sovereignty possible, such that all data and digital product assets can reside within the country. And national agencies can decide the roadmap of health digitalization. Yes, that's why HCM is a game changer. It is open source. It is free. It is yours. Health campaigns are critical for delivering.
Recording.
So I just want to spend a minute on talking about how we got here. It's been a few early months for us, but I think in our approach and everything that we do, we really emphasize on getting a shared understanding of what do people want, what their real problems are. And we collaborate with multiple partners. That's what we've done in health campaign management as well, to get our understanding and the product roadmap. So for example, over here, we've worked with the Ministry of Health in Mozambique. We worked with CHAI. We worked with Path India. They were very useful, very helpful for us to try and we shadowed them in India as well to look at some health campaigns, what the problems are, etc. And this was very early on, sometime last year. We're happy to be here. We're working with AMP. We're working with the Malaria Consortium. We're working with CRS. We've started interacting with the Global Fund who are giving us inputs into the supply chain management. So we're working with the supply chain management team and of course with BMGF. What we do is that we work with partners, like I said, to understand their problems, to understand systemic issues and challenges. And this is through a lot of field work, a lot of collaborating with the teams. We then, whatever we build, prototype, we validate it in the field before we actually even write a single line of code. So this is all on prototypes, etc. We go to multiple places, shadow it, show it to people. What we then do is we have a lot of capacity building and training workshops once things are ready. And this is the work that's kind of going on right now in Mozambique. And finally, what we really value is co-creating with the people who are going to be using it. In this case, it is, it's people who run campaigns. So I'm going to, we've gone through this. So just another couple of slides on telling you on how we see transformation start, right? And our understanding is that it starts off small and then it happens all of a sudden. We started off by identifying a few problems of visibility, of flexibility, of responsiveness, and of having access to data in real time. And that's what we are focusing on right now in HCM. And that's what my colleague Pranal will show you. What we're saying is that for us, success right now is focusing on the outcome, saying that you should be able to go and set up campaigns in 3 days. We should be able to run hundreds of campaigns simultaneously. Any frontline worker should be able to register beneficiaries in 15 seconds. You should be able to record deliveries in under a minute and make it efficient for them. So there is a lot of complexity that is absorbed by the application, by the system itself. So it makes it really easy for people using it. And of course, all the data that is generated from multiple sources is available in real time on dashboards. We spoke about this in the video, but just to re-emphasize, there are zero licensing costs. Every single building block that is used in health campaign management as a product is being proven at population scale, and everything is reusable. So you can use it across multiple campaigns, multiple diseases, multiple systems. The roadmap for digital transformation for health campaigns for us is, I'm just going to draw out, and this is more of a country roadmap rather than just a digit HCM roadmap. So there are 3 phases that we look at it on a time horizon. If you're looking at the short term as 1 year, what we're really focusing on is helping improve campaign operations. And that really means that you're looking at things like easy to set up, easy to scale. You have operational efficiencies. You've got a low cost of running campaigns. You can run multiple campaigns. In the short to medium term, you should be looking at transforming campaigns itself. And what that really means is that you can share data across campaigns and missions. You can have simultaneous integrated operations. You can redefine processes for campaigns itself. You have multimodal campaigns. You have more automation and analytics. And then in the long term, which is about 5 to 10 years, you're on your way to building up your digital public health infrastructure. And that effectively means that you can use the same systems for routine healthcare. You can use the same systems for plugging into surveillance, etc. With that, I'm going to pass it on to my colleague Mrunal, who's going to show you a quick demo of health campaign management. And if there are any questions, we'd love to kind of engage after that.
Thanks, Jojo. Hello, everyone. Good morning. So I'm just going to share my screen and
I guess I can't do it.
okay. I'm just going to keep the mic down for that. Yeah, this is visible. Yeah, so I'm not going to go into a lot of details since Jojo has covered the basic philosophy between how we are actually, how we've built the application. So this is the landing screen. I'll jump straight into the demo where it supports multiple languages. We have Portuguese, French, and English configured as of now. For the presentation, I'll continue with English. I'll just log in as a distributor. Now I'm a frontline worker, and my job is to go and register beneficiaries. The beneficiaries can be individuals or households, or the, yeah, just give me 1 minute. Yeah, as a role, I'm expected to work on multiple campaigns in parallel. So the application supports running 2 or even 200 campaigns in the same mobile application. You don't need separate credentials. You don't need separate logins to log in and start working. Right now, we have configured 2 campaigns, which is an LLIN campaign, and the second is an MDA campaign for lymphatic filariasis. Just to prove a case in point that even 2 separate campaigns with 2 separate protocols and methods can run on the same application. I'll select on LLI in Nairobi. That's the first campaign. I am asked to select my location, which is the province I'm working in, which is the district I'm working in. I select Nampula. This is the homepage. As Jojo mentioned, the mobile application serves as a co-pilot or as an assistant to the field teams. So there's a progress bar that reminds me what my target is, what do I need. Let's say I am new to this whole setup. I can simply click on help, and the help button at the top right of the screen can actually give me a very detailed walkthrough of what each of the capabilities on the screen does. So I don't need to handhold anyone to a great extent. And the help button is present on all screens in the application. I'll jump straight into the registration and delivery workflow. So here is the beneficiaries button that when I click, the beauty of the application is I can register new beneficiaries, households in this case, if they are not already present in the system, or if I already have a previous database. Like you can see, there's Mrinal registered already, but I have not visited. I can import this data from somewhere else. I can simply click on open. I can update the details that I previously captured. I can add members to the household. I can edit their details as well. And I can deliver interventions. In case this is not the Mrinal I want to register, it says match not found. You can register a new person. I click on register new household. As you can see, one of the principles that we've kept in mind is that we want to minimize the number of clicks it takes to perform a transaction. So some of it is already pre-populated because I had selected Nampula at the top. On this page, the application in the background is also requesting for GPS coordinates and capturing the household with its lat-long position as well. On the next screen, the household details, how many members live in the household. Let me say 3. I click on next. And as you can see, I had already typed Mrinal, just again a case in point. I don't want the field teams to type again. So the name that I had searched with is automatically populated. I can just give an ID, probably an age, gender. Now the beauty of it is you can add any number of data fields on this form. You can customize that. You can also configure whether you want to make them mandatory or optional. You can also configure validations. If the mobile number in India is 10 digits, I cannot enter 9 and proceed. It asks me to complete the entire field in the proper format, and only then I can proceed. So I register a new application. You can see I have not yet visited this beneficiary. I click on open. Now again, this is configurable. If you want to give the ability to add new members, you can click on the add member button and those will add members to the household. Or you can directly go and deliver the intervention. In this case, let me deliver something. Because 2 methods that are followed worldwide, registration and delivery in at separate points of time, or in the single go that we saw during COVID. In this case, there is a small summary chart here to ensure that the details are. Count was 3, and the application now is suggesting that because you have 3 members in the household and the configured formula is 1 bednet for 2 members, I have to give 2 bednets to this household. It is providing decision support at the point of delivery. I can select which resource is being delivered, the quantity actually being delivered, delivery comment. Like I mentioned, the screen is customizable, it's configurable. Click on submit. Just delivering bednets is not enough. You also have to spend enough time educating and spreading awareness about the right use of nets. So that is why a small checklist to help the teams remember, have you given out the SBCC messages or not? In this case, I will just select yes. Again, this is a form that you can configure as per the protocol you follow. I clicked on submit, and as you can see, now my the status has changed to visited. Household registered are now 2, and the bednets delivered are 2. So this is again giving me a metric bar to keep track of my work so far. As you can see on the home screen now, there is a blue info card that has appeared that tells me you have data in your local device that has not yet synced. it reminds me to sync. I will click on the sync data button here. Sync is in progress. So that brings me to the third point. All capabilities in the mobile application are offline first. You can use this application in no internet settings. And when you have internet, you can sync the data back. And as you can see, it is just a matter of seconds when the data syncs. Moving on the field, if I have a problem, I can simply file a complaint. No complaints have been filed yet. In this case, I can say I don't have enough stock. Again, you can configure all of these. I'm doing it for myself. My profile details are already captured. I enter some comments. I submit a complaint. Just like that, the complaint is now submitted. But because I have not synced, the complaint number is not yet present. Once I sync the data, there's a complaints module where the program team sitting at the help desk can see the complaints in real time, resolve it, and whatever the resolve, I can open the complaint and see their resolution comments here. So complaint resolution is easy. And I'll just log out again and log in as the same role. But this time I'll be choosing a different campaign. So in this case, I'm going to go for an MDA campaign just to demonstrate how easy is it to configure two campaigns in the same application. This also reduces your training effort because now the teams are already familiar with the flow that you see. In this case, it's beneficiaries, and now a mass drug administration campaign is basically for individuals and not households. And I had already registered Frank previously. I can open, and now, as you can see, this is different, right? Earlier, you were delivering interventions to the household, and now the application allows you to deliver interventions to individuals. So I can actually click on Frank's card. And now the decision support configuration has changed depending on the height and the age. The number of ivermectins to be delivered is being suggested by the application. So it's just as easy to set up multiple campaigns. Yep. I see Josh has given a reminder bell, 5 minutes. So that brings me to my third flow. The same application also supports role-based access. So I had logged in as a user. My role was that of a distributor. The system also allows you to create campaigns, set up roles, create users, assign roles to them, create data collection forms at the backend, and whatever has been configured reflects here. So now I have logged in as a warehouse manager. I click on the manage stock button because that is what my job is. The application allows me to keep a record of all stock transactions that happen in my warehouse. I'll just take one example for now. I have received a particular stock. My warehouse is, I can be in charge of multiple warehouses. In this case, I have 2. I have selected 1. I click on next. I select the product. Where did I receive it from? Now I can receive it from any number of warehouses. Let's say I select, I received 100 bed nets, a waybill number of some example here. What was the quantity indicated on the waybill? What was the transport type? All of this is configurable and optional as well. Vehicle number in this case is optional, so I will not fill it. And I can also do a quick stock issue. And I can issue it to the delivery team who has come to collect the stock. I have issued 20. Waybill number for this case is something else. The rest of all are optional. I can keep them optional because it's configurable. I go back. Now you can actually do this for stocks that were returned back to you, stocks that were damaged during storage or during transit, stocks that were lost during storage or during transit. All of it is already present in the base application, and you can configure it as per your need. Again, you can see this is also offline first. There are 2 transactions that are not synced, but I'll do that later. I'll move on to the stock reconciliation part, because now during a campaign day, there are many transactions that happen. And as a warehouse manager, I need to keep track of what is the stock on hand that is available with me. In that case, it's the first warehouse that I made the entries for. It's the first product. And as you can see, the application does a reconciliation. It tells me on this date, there were 100 that were received. I issued 20. So I ideally have 80 bed nets in my warehouse. And I can actually do a stock count here, a manual count, and update that as well. There's another, for the supervisions that, and finally, for the supervisors, there are dashboards that can actually tell you how all of this is playing out. Okay. There's some problem with the in here. Sorry for that. Yeah. So as we've seen, even on the dashboard, it's a self-starter. I don't need to train you. There's a lot of documentation about what the dashboard is, what are the frequently asked questions, what are the calculations that have been configured to generate the metrics for all the dashboards that we have. And then finally, you can go for a national level dashboard. This is configured for Mozambique BedNet campaign. It gives me a brief of what is happening in the entire country at a national level. There are shape files that tell you that show you heat maps on how the coverage is going so far. And then by each province, now the beauty of the dashboards is you can start at a national level and you can drill down to the lowest level of the hierarchy. In this case, I'm going to go to one of the provinces, view the dashboard for this. The first is an overview page that gives me an overview of all the activities that are happening, registration and delivery, complaints, inventory, supervision, all of those. And it also tells me how many users have synced. So the metrics that I am seeing here also gives me, is this the complete picture or is there some more data yet to be synced? If you hover on any of them, you will also get a small help tip that tells you what this is doing. A dashboard can serve two purposes. It can give you a lot of data or it can give you actionable insights. The decision support system that we have built is geared towards providing you actionable insights so you can take decisions based on that. And that is why it tells you whether you have improved your performance or you have it's degraded over the time, how many households are yet to be delivered, how many complaints were raised, what is the coverage various across various districts. You can actually click on any one of them and it'll go to a lower level. So now we are within a particular district. I can keep clicking and go all the way down to an administrative level. Similarly, I can take a view of what is the inventory I have in stock. And you can do it for registrations. The same, you can also have a lat long based map because we are collecting lat long data. Yeah, we'll be sharing a demo environment access with all of you. You can log in, read through the documentation, play around. If you have any feedback, you can let us know. During the break, if you want to come out and try the application, we have a couple of devices set up where you can use and explore it on your own. So this is about the dashboard part. We'll be sharing all of this. Thank you so much and apologize for the technical glitches earlier. Thank you.
So I was going to ask if we have French speaker, we can have them on this side so that I can help, or we can go with English and we show the demonstration in French. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. First, just a brief introduction, and then we'll get into the demonstration. I think we had a lot of learnings coming out of our first pilot session, so we look forward to making them here. Red Rose, we have been working in the fight to end malaria since 2018. And that includes across multiple different types of mass campaigns, LLIN, SMC, even some NTDs, and as well as many different operational mechanisms of implementations that our system is set up to work with. Just some very quick stats about us. And these are the 4 countries that we've been working in. And notice that I have under stats that we did 18 mass campaigns in 1 year. Why 4 countries, 18 mass campaigns? This is because typically Nigeria, we treat each state as its own campaign. It has its own team, its own processes, its own time. And so we count those each. And we had last year more than 8,500 devices active at the same time. And this year, if all goes well, we'll have maybe 20,000 active at the same time. So really we can reach whatever scale is needed. And the management of campaign staff in our system, we had over 100,000 campaign workers managed through our system, attendance, payments, etc. And when we talk about it, should you be translating, Ismail? Am I just... Okay. Okay. All right. From a technology solution perspective, this is what it looks like. We have our application One App, which is going to be used to drive the field activities. We have the platform, which is going to be used for all of your setup and a lot of your analysis. It makes the magic happen, right? And we also have RR Collect, which is an ODK-based tool that can be used for complementary monitoring forms, end forms, all these other things. We're not going to go into RR Collect today. It looks like ODK, and everybody knows what that looks like. So what we're going to do first is do a demonstration of the application, so what happens on the field. Then next, we're going to go into a bit of a review of that data within the platform, and then take a look at the dashboards. And I also want to get into a bit about the stock flows, because we had a lot of questions about that in the last one. And review the outcome. And then if we will have hopefully a lot of time for additional questions and answers from the audience. So Red Rose, we run things using a lot of badges, a lot of QR codes. So every team, every person on the campaign can get a badge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with my mobilization team. And the first thing I'm going to do is take their attendance for today. All right, attendance. I'm logged in here as ICT for D. Everybody is going to call this role different. Maybe it's a TTA, some sort of assistant. I have my attendance sessions here. These can be set up as however you need to uniquely segregate the data. I'm in Abaji, by the way. He is in Guaguadala. And I'm going to take the attendance of staff. Now I have the ability here, if I want to use biometrics. if you have attendance, if you have training sessions over multiple days, you want to know the person coming back is the same person. Also, maybe at the end, when you have them do any kind of sign off on verification, you can also use this feature to know it's the same person coming back every time. Today, I'm going to skip. Okay, we are checked in. I'm going to go ahead and synchronize. Now that's for trainings. We don't take attendance every day for every single mobilizers typically. It can be done. What we find is that typically you don't have enough staff to go around to every health center in the morning and take everybody's attendance. So now I'm going to move into the demo of what happens on the field. So the first part of that we're going to do is mobilization. So what do we need to do to prepare for our day to go mobilize a community? Well, in our demonstration, we are going to be using the dual phase, 1 voucher per net. And today we have chocolate covered nets, no insecticides, just sugar impregnated nets. And we're going to go ahead and start our day by logging in. Before I go to the community, I need to take my net cards. So you can see I already have some net cards here. I'm going to scan the booklet. And typically you can give however many booklets you need. We configure these booklets for your program. It doesn't work when I'm left-handed. This thing will scan when I don't want it to and not scan when I do want it to. As a mobilizer, I now have vouchers. Also, as a mobilizer, I am pre-writing before I go information that I can. So this is just typical, but these vouchers can be designed for every project, right? If you want to write things, if you don't want to write things. This one, I have the date of collection and location of collection is being written in. And then here, we're going to write in the household's surname when we're at the household. I pre-wrote things in to save time at the household. Also, before I go, I'm going to prepare with my buddy, my co-mobilizer, and my distribution point, because we only mobilize for 1 distribution point in a given day. Pardon while I figure out how to share my screen to the online. My screen is duplicated, that's why. Okay. The people in the online can. So I just shared the whole screen. Yeah, we can use that one. All right. There's an echo. There's an echo. That's better. Okay. All right, welcome online. This seems stuck. Sorry for the interruption, just 1 second. I just wanted to share the whole screen, if possible. Yeah. So it's not that one?
Yeah, these.
You can see it? Okay, great. Great. All right, so we did one mobilization and it's green. Green is good. That means it's synchronized to the platform. If it's not synchronized, it's red. So you know when the data is captured offline and when it's been safely stored in the cloud. So I'm going to scan in, and this is how we are taking the attendance of the people working during the day. So I'm going to scan the co-mobilizers badge now. It will lock this for the whole day. So you don't have to rescan every single time. And I'm going to tell it the distribution hub I'm mobilizing for. So we've had options to do like a drop-down selection if you want to work for more than one. Today, we're going to lock it in. And now I'm ready to go to that household and mobilize. Ezgi. Surname of the head of household, please. First name. Phone number is optional. How many people are frequently sleeping in your household? All right. So with 4, my algorithm is set up. Again, we're using 1 net card per net. And the algorithm is set up so that every 2 people get a net for a max of, I think, 4 nets. That algorithm is configurable to whatever your scenario is. Notice I've got 2 net cards on 1 page. And then my co-mobilizer is going to write surname of the head of household on that voucher as well. This is a reminder to the campaign staff, make sure they are giving the health messages. And this can also be like uniquely written. And then we say, did you really do it? Yes, we did. And then this is a final review. And we have our mobilization completed. It's red, it is not yet synchronized. We give the vouchers and we move to the next household. Now, maybe you encounter a household with 25 people. You can register them as multiple households. Just go through this whole segment again and again. End of the day, I've done my work. I'm going to synchronize. Why do I see this recently uploaded data? Because it was actually already synchronizing in the background when I hit the button. Now you can see everything is green. What does that mean? It means that I can move my nets over to that location, and then I can go ahead and distribute. So let's set up our scenario for our distributor. The first thing that we need to do when a distributor comes in the morning Well, they need to get some nets to give out, right? All right. We're using the badges to scan and log in. Come closer. I'm keeping this plugged in. We're using badges to scan and log in because we could give login and password to everybody, but that would be a very big mess, I think. So we use the badges to scan and log in. Now, the first thing I need to do before I start is actually have some stock. Now, this is quite flexible because not everybody uses stock management at the distribution point. But what I need is a supervisor that's managing the stock. Are you my supervisor? Not yet. Oops. Oops, synchronized. So you can see that I actually have negative stock already. Why is that? Because we are not, in this case, enforcing people to use stock or to check stock, but we can. But because we're a demo system, we keep it very, very flexible and open. I'm going to receive stock, and the supervisor, this is where the supervisor comes in. They have to account for that stock. Also, now I know they were present for work that day. Where am I getting them from? I'm getting them from the DP store. So again, I'm just going to snap. Waybill numbers are optional. The system will generate a waybill for every single stock movement. And then comment might be DP store to DP team or whatever it is, or just skip it. So now I've received stock, I've created a waybill, and now I have positive stock. And I'm ready to start my distributions. But first I have to tell the application that I'm here today. What distribution point am I actually distributing at? Who am I working with? Again, we want to pay everybody who showed up for work today. Now all I have to do is scan more QR codes. So I have my stock. Hello. Now I've got to usually have two people handling this process. One person is handling the nets, one person is handling the phone. She's playing a dual role here. So it actually shows her name. I can match the name to what's been written on the net card. And I cannot distribute for multiple households in one go. It keeps it household by household. So if somebody comes with all of their neighbors, it's done in a few different distributions. Confirm. Now, don't worry out there about these chocolates. We have very good monitoring on our coverage. Everybody's gonna get chocolate net. All right, so it's pink. It is not yet synchronized. All right. Synchronized. Two things I'm going to show you, and then we're going to go into the platform and see how that data landed. On the bottom of the screen, you see all these little green things. If the data is not synchronized from somebody, that will be red. Very bottom. That's how you can grab a phone quickly and tell if somebody's data is still locked in their phone. The database is secured per user. So you cannot just log in as like me as a super admin. I can't log in and synchronize data for somebody else. because that's a security problem. So you have to log in with their badge and synchronize the data. But in this case, we're all good. Now I'm logged into the platform as ICT4D. First, I'm going to go check my beneficiaries. And I can see Ezo Kamalo is here. I can see the serial numbers of the net cards. And I can see over here the stats. 4 family members, and we made in one transaction, distributed 2 nets, no balance. You can see down here, there's a 4 net balance on a beneficiary, right? That means that they have not come to collect their nets yet. We had a lot of questions in the previous session about stock. So let me just show you how that's working here as well. By the way, the vouchers are also managed through the platform. I can see here what vouchers might still be in a warehouse. If they've been given to a mobilizer, I can see if they're sitting with a beneficiary. I can see, so they end at the DP, right? At the end of the day, all the vouchers end up at the DP after the distribution. That's the end of the life cycle. Taking a look at stock overview. Stock can be with anyone or anything. Right now, I have stock with, let's go to member type. I have stock with beneficiaries because those are the people who came to pick up their nets. I have stock at my distribution points because that's what's going to be distributed. Now I have here current stock, total incoming, total outgoing. Don't get confused by total. Total means every movement that went aggregated. But stock balance is about what I'm looking at. And then we can also manage through the entire logistics chains for warehouse to warehouse to warehouse. You have a state warehouse, an LGA warehouse, down to the DPs, down to a ward warehouse, whatever it is. It can be managed at any level that you need. We manage it in pieces. So we're not here managing bales. We're not managing packaging, but numbers. All right, let's go take a look at the outcomes. So we use Power BI for creating dashboards. And what we intend to do is make your data available to you how you need to see it, right? So when you're in the middle of the campaign, there's certain indicators we want to be looking at daily. We want to be looking at stock flows. We want to be looking at mobilization. We want to be looking at how many people are active today. So let's take a look. This is attendance. That means, you know, during the training times, you want to keep an eye on how many people are coming and showing up to their trainings. Mobilization. I'm going to take a look at what's happening today in mobilization. I have all of my filters and overall numbers to see if I'm reaching my metrics that I need to do. So for example, what is today? The 10th. Today's the 11th, right? I need to refresh my data. So this is just a snapshot of what can be done with the dashboards, and this is available to the IT team or to whatever stakeholders you need to distribute that to. So what we can do is set up all kinds of different dashboards for the different purposes. For example, this one, you might just want one with the outcome statistics for the day for the government stakeholders. But your IT people, they need to see a lot of details because they need to know if there's people on the field who are not working and should be. in the morning, right? Also, we offer the ability to have downloadable analytics, which can be used for other situations where you actually need to analyze and play with the data. So for example, for statistics coverage reports, you might be able to just use the maps and some of the indicators in the dashboards. We also provide KML files. So you can map it in Google Earth. That gives you statistics like, do registrations look like they're happening too fast? It can't be possible. Let's go find that place, right? Lots of information that we can use. But what I want to do now is, because they're telling me we've got about 6 minutes left, is open it up for you guys.
Thank you. Really nice presentation, and got an insight into how to conduct a malaria campaign also. In order of priority, I would ask just a few questions. One is the most important I'd ask is, as of June or December last year, all the nets now have GS1 identifiers where you can identify each net individually. So does your system support the capture of that information and possible verification of that information? Are your dashboards available on mobile? And can you, saw you did a lot of synchronization. So is any workflow dependent on synchronization, or can you work completely offline? Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go question and answer because otherwise I'll forget the question. So to answer the last question, this does work completely offline. What's important is the first login synchronization, where the phone receives all the detail it needs, and then you can go totally offline. But why do I keep synchronizing here as well? Is because we want to get the data back to show you the result, right? You can't see the data in the platform until the field staff actually synchronizes that. Regarding the supply chain, this year we are capturing the tags on each net using a single phase distribution, but those were not unique barcodes. Those were batch barcodes. So unfortunately, they're not unique, the ones we have. But what we want to do is learn what's coming so that we can make the updates required, because everybody is talking about this. And so we're also very interested in using that mechanism. And right now, we're capturing it at the point of distribution. But if we get the data in advance, we can do a validation. Right now, we have nothing to validate against. And dashboards can be mobile because we are using like Power BI, and that's available on mobile. There was two here.
Okay, thank you. My question is actually on the mobilization. I just want to know in that process, because I see you only capture the household head, the number of persons in the household. Now, can your platform be customized to capture individual data from the household?
So I'm going to answer that question from two different angles. One is you might want more statistical data about the household, pregnant women, children, etc. That also can be added in. The other look at that is the actual individuals in the household. I want to enumerate everybody in there. Like I want to know dad, I want to know mom, I want to know child 1, child 2, cousin 1, cousin 2, individually. And yes, we can. We're not currently doing that actually we're currently doing it. You saw it in Benin in their presentation. We're not doing it anywhere else right now. We haven't found a big demand for that level of data, which adds a lot of complexity and a lot of time at the household visit to do. So right now, LLAN campaigns are household level, and we can collect, of course, the extra statistics that are needed for the household. I'm going to go over here first because I saw him first.
Thank you for the nice presentation. My question for the system was, how do you use to verify the quality of the data from the lower level? For example, I don't know who do the registration. This a house, I mean, the community volunteer or very professional, this is number one. And if it's the community volunteer, how does the quality training happen? Because we saw a lot of things, so especially in the, coding, whatever, because some of the presses, this is scanning codes, some get some problems, scratches and whatever. But the last thing is the verification now from the person doing the registration with other people. I don't know in the other, because one size do not fit you, right? For other places, we would have some scenario that somebody register, but some before the data be shared to the upper level, must somebody verify the exact number of people and even the nets be given, then synchronize for the ready for the dashboard. Thank you.
So on the first question, data validation, that's critical. We try to pre-validate as much as possible to get clean data in from the point of collection. We don't want to clean it later. So if the badges, yes, people are like, they just scan whatever badges in front of them, which is why we try to make them a little bit different at times. It will reject if I scan the wrong badge. Also, if I'm scanning a coupon twice, it's going to reject it. If I've already distributed it, it's going to reject it. It locks it to the distribution point, so you can't take it to another place. It'll get rejected. So we try to do as much data, even the phone numbers. We can put the regex into the phone number field and validate the input there as well. The second part you were asking, I wasn't really clear about, but I can tell you that this is configurable to handle all the different mechanisms, your operational processes, because you're right, everybody's different. So we've set up a system that can be super configurable. We're using two-phase, one net card per net. Why is that? People love to count net cards at the end of the day. It can be one net card per household. It can be single phase, voucherless. We can do, snap the net itself. So there's a lot of options, and we're available to go into detail about all of those. One last question over here.
Okay, so thank you so much for the demonstration. I want to know whether this platform can work offline, considering our country context.
Yes, the field application works totally offline after the first synchronization. So usually there's a hub with some Wi-Fi, and then you synchronize there, and then you go off into the offline areas. And at some point you have to come back to internet to synchronize, but that can be after a few days. Is there a way to further build accountability by getting the beneficiary to confirm the actual content of the intervention, the total numbers received by the household? So I'd love to hear more about that scenario and why this question is coming up, because we are tracking the people we're given. We're taking the vouchers back, in this case, one net card per net. And so we're showing that people are receiving, we're showing what they're eligible for, and we're showing what they're receiving. And if you're using vouchers, it's like money. If you lose it, you can't redeem it. But this question sounds more like, what are we doing for monitoring, verification after the fact, visiting the home, making sure they have their nets, they actually received 2 when they were supposed to receive 2. And that's usually driven by the RR Collect in additional monitoring phase. All right, everybody, we are out of time. We've got more people coming in. So please reach out to us at the coffee break or at lunch. And we were going to reset here. Welcome, everybody. You're welcome to sit closer to us as well. Don't be shy. I might even pick someone from the audience. You never know. All right. It's got.
So it does all those things, but the Ministry of Health and the relevant department normally provide program requirements in the two customers. So as we have an instance which can run national scale campaigns or targeted campaigns. And I'm saying targeted, sometimes we may want to run a campaign for, let's say, malaria or a certain disease concern, which does not necessarily need to be run as a national campaign. So it will target a county. Health in Kenya is devolved, so you have 47 counties. But you can target a county, you can even target health facilities, depending, especially for, let's say you want to do a data quality check, you can target a certain facility. So you have DHIS2, which we have coined it, we call it the Health Information System Kenya, manages the routine reporting of data. So you have 10+ health facilities, public and private, all of them have to report by police. So there's that. In fact, as we speak right now, every 1st to 15th of every month, that's the process that we give a window for health facilities, so that by the time it gets to 15th, data which needs to be reported in DHIS2 for the previous month has been posted, right? So we have an instance for tracker. And for us, before we were using it for disease surveillance. And I think it was one of the key things that made us to be on the forefront to ensure that we could manage COVID cases and we could report near real time. I don't say real time, but near real time because of that tool. We are fortunate as a country, our connectivity network is nationally. So I would say, if not 100%, 90% of our public health facilities are within coverage of a telephony network, which is either 2G or 3G. So they were able to post data on the COVID-19 tracker, and that's what the National Ministry of Health on a daily basis, they could give the numbers of cases, those are under treatment, because we are distributed treatment centers. We are also using DHIS2 for emerging use cases. And one of the examples for emerging use cases for us is the introduction of e-learning platform. So you are trying as much as possible to minimize the cost implication when you are very certain resources for capacity building. We've been trying to digitize our content. So in Kenya, we have a national health information system curriculum, which is digitized, and you can easily get it from our e-learning platform. Our health workers can do self-paced learning, or we can also push content, especially if you have a campaign which is planned. And I can give an example. If a program comes and says that within our plan, we want to run a certain campaign in the month of June, so you can start early. You start early based on planning for which target area you're looking at, and then you can start pushing content. All right. So all these students, you're able to manage them from the digital perspective. For us, we have split them from a resource intense perspective. Remember, I mentioned that our servers have been managed at the University of Nairobi. So we have an instance for the routine reporting process. We have an instance which can be run for campaigns. And again, the campaigns have to be planned. The campaigns which are different, be run concurrently, we can set resources for that because we have a data center at the Ministry of Health, and another data center at Coral Located at the University of Nairobi. So just jump to the last slide. So for us, we are able to utilize our KHIS during planning because we try as much as possible to encourage programs. When you are running a campaign, kindly tell us, where did you get your data from? Which reference are you quoting in terms of to drive your campaign? And we encourage them to use the routine reporting platform to gather some of the bottlenecks that they have identified in terms of coverage to advocate for a certain campaign. During implementation, we work with them to ensure that we customize tools, and we have tried as much as possible to incorporate application tools within the KHIS2, which can be used for this purpose or customized for a future one. All right. And the post-evaluation also, we have tried as much as possible to maintain the data which is collected for a campaign. You remember sometimes program run campaigns, when a campaign is over, and you probably want to just go and check what was the findings of the previous campaign. You can't get it because it's not in a centralized platform. For us, it is there. In fact, our KHIS is online. Probably before the end of the session, I can just beam it a bit. You can see you're able to look at data which was done before and help you to plan for the future. So I'll stop at that point and open up for questions and reactions. Who wants to go?
Thank you so much for a nice presentation. My question was, since we know DHIS2 worldwide are likely the same like that of Tanzania. So you also say that you can also incorporate the campaign data. So I was just wondering, how do you manage? Because DHIS2, as I know, is always accommodate the aggregated data from the facility level. So how did you manage to incorporate in accordance to the regulation? The last thing is about the way you run the DHIS2 is super, like in Tanzania, that you have the University of whatever, Dar es Salaam, together with the Ministry of Health. How are you actually making it sustainable in terms of controlling? Because there are also some kind of internal conflicts. At the Ministry of Health, you have ICT director, I think, says some laws. At the same time, at the university, there are some ICT. Actually, the one producing that is still being employed under the ministry. Sometimes, somehow, it's really it's make like who control what the kind of security or whatever. How do you make it as a country thing?
We are running details with different instances. The instance of reporting like this one, the routine one, is not used for campaigns. So when our program wants to run a campaign, we set up an instance for that campaign. And we normally ask them, which data are you referencing from DHIS2? They will tell us probably the data for the last 6 months. That data is migrating that instance, and we can run their customization for that campaign. So when the campaign is done, we can migrate that data either to the production site, or we leave it for the duration that they want us to leave so that we can be able to access that data for, remember, evaluation part. So those, and we use the tracker. We don't use the aggregate data. Data is towards the tracker, event tracker. So things like campaigns, those are event trackers, right? You use the event tracker to track an event because you're tracking that event, which we call a campaign for, let's say, distribution of nets. And I'll give you an example. Nets can be distributed at a facility level, walk-ins, right? So the data is towards that indicator for that. And you can capture an indicator for nets which were distributed during a campaign. So you can see the drive and the uptake in terms of, or the impact of that campaign. So you can be able to have those kind of indicators using the tracker module. But it does not run on the production site. It's for that campaign. So in terms of the administration with the government and the university, the public universities, I think for us, we have to sit down and ask ourselves some very pertinent questions. The ministry, the way it's structured in Kenya, I don't know about other countries, the ministry is made of professionals who are medical by practice and by training. So the technical arm of things within the ministry, they are seconded from the Ministry of ICT, but they're not programmers. They're not application designers. Remember, they are technical guys who can help the ministry to ensure that they have the necessary infrastructure to run their business. Your computer is working, you have internet, the telephone is working. But remember, in health, you're talking about systems. So it requires somebody who understands coding. So when we incorporate the University of Nairobi, and for us, we are fortunate to present that case to a donor who was able to pick it up. And that's we picked as a sustainability process for Kenyan case. So we have at the University of Nairobi through the School of Computing, these guys are just purely system designers and coders and stuff like that. So for as an example, my background is in IT, but I've been able to understand, because I've been in the industry for some time, the needs of a program. So those needs are captured. We show them to the backend gurus, and we tell them, this is how we want to customize this tool. And the beauty of the data is too, because we are part of the core team, we work with the community. So if something is difficult, it requires to be changed. Because there are some things you can do from a point of engineering or coding. You can customize your own DHIS2 instance. But there are some things you realize that they require an intervention from the core team to change the core engine of DHIS2. So we normally work closely with the DHIS2 core team from the University of Oslo. And I think for us in Kenya, we are using them, I think one of the most updated version, right? Because some of those updates have been over time be engineered, tested, and they've been incorporated within the engine of the DHIS2. And that's why for us, we can quickly run the independent instances for independent outcomes, but still be able to aggregate that data to an instance. So the user won't even realize these things are running from different instances at the back end. If a user wants to visualize something in the aggregate platform, they will get. And probably before the end of this presentation, now how do I jump to this one? I can just give you I won't log in because of it's a government site. So you see how we have set up our site. So look at this site. This is the aggregates platform, Kenyan aggregate platform. But look at here. We have different systems, different instances for different things. We have a list for all health facilities. They have their own platforms. We have the KHIS tracker, is independent. Right. We have test site, and test site is important. We cannot introduce anything on the production site if it is not tested. So we have that for us. We have a service desk if you have any concerns, and this platform has been accessed by anybody in the country from wherever they are because it is a web-based. We have the virtual academy that we are trying to use the new use case whereby you can be pushing content to health workers who have access to the platform, and they can start doing self-paced learning, or you can even push targeted courses. You have the Kenya Health RO site, and you can see you have even different analytical platforms. So as for you have tried to, and the reason we are able to do all these things is because we have a team who now their work is just to innovatively think. How do we make, because they have to optimize the server. Right now, as we speak, everybody is reporting. They have a deadline of 15th, right? So the aggregate side, this one is very busy because guys are trying to reach out the obligation for the 15th. But if you go to the tracker and find the tracker is not going on, the tracker is not affected by the reporting cycle. So the campaign just proceeds. So we what we did, we have to sit them down and agree. The Ministry of Health and the public university, they have to come up with a way of working. So we have that joint collaboration, and we have, in fact, that process has really helped because when you look at the public facility, we work closely with other public. So when we look at the Kenyan context of health, because so we have something called the folks in the university, through the University of Nairobi. We can use other charter universities to offer some of these courses. So we have the free learning service, short courses being offered at public health facilities. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, but thank you so much. My question, I'm very curious to, when you said that for every campaign you spin up a new instance of DHIS2, and I'm very curious why that is done. Because, if you would have multiple campaigns, why can't you think of keeping either extending the existing instance to support campaigns and then see how you can reuse, whatever you've configured across multiple campaigns. So, you could have vaccination, you could have a COVID-19 campaign, you could have a malaria campaign, you could have the, SMC campaign, all of these. How can you see commonalities and do reuse of, your application? So to me, it just seems that, are you just is this instance just to capture data? Or are you actually extending this instance into the field over a mobile app? That part is not clear to me. If you could provide a little bit of insight into that. Because, and then the other part I would say is when you said, you're getting the data from previous campaigns into your new instance, that also to me seems a bit of an overhead. You could, if you extend your current instance, you really don't need to do all that transfer back and forth. So, and then because, you could change fields, you could add fields and so on and so forth, just adds a bit of a complexity. Thank you.
I think you are speaking the same thing, but I think I use the wrong words. You're creating new instances. As you have split aggregate data with what's been run and the requirements for campaigns. Remember, you can have a situation whereby you have multiple campaigns running simultaneously. Those campaigns will be run at the instance tracker for those campaigns. But it will not be running on the production side. Remember, you have a production side, the aggregate data, it will not affect the resources allocated. And remember, you're talking about resource allocation from the server perspective and the intensity of access. And you can remember, intensive access for when you're running a campaign, you may find if the campaign is nationally, you need to allocate proper resources for that specific campaign, which is running for a certain duration of time, so that it does not affect those who are running or working on the production side, which is the routine reporting. So for us, we split them. It's not a duplicate. It's a mirror. But we offload the intensity of access from what other people will be using on a daily routine system. They're not affected. And again, campaigns come with different strategies and different requirements. Not two campaigns can be the same. Because a campaign will be looking at distribution of nets. Others are looking at community health workers who can do test and treat. Others are looking at utilization of the malaria rapid test kits. So all those indicators need to be looked at and customized. So for us, we start from the point of, and as I mentioned, planning. What will be the requirements for your campaign strategy, right? So you are the ones to inform the technical guys how to set. These things have to be customized. Doesn't mean that is new, but they have to be customized to fit that campaign strategy. But remember, the data which is being used is coming from the routine reporting.
So I understand your part about, performance getting affected of a, so any instance where you have your regular prod instance, and you start a campaign, there is a performance spike, there's a load spike, and that would affect performance. And to that, I would say, do you have DHIS2 in the cloud? Because anytime you are doing a campaign, you can actually then ask for more resources. This is a very, very normal thing. When you're conducting a campaign, you spin up the resources that are required. You can ask for more CPUs, you can ask for more memory, you can ask for more database capacity, and that should not affect it. Now, regarding the campaigns, I understand that campaigns are not, all of them are not going to be the same, but what I'm trying to say and put across is there are going to be certain commonalities. And are you looking at reuse of data? Let's say, you are going to have probably a very similar set of community health workers that are going out and doing some work. You're going to be addressing the same or almost the same households. Are you reusing that data? Are you reusing those components? And is there an effort to get all these campaigns together and really say, hey, how much of this data that we are collecting can be really common so that the divergence is very little and it's easier for the developers or for the people who are configuring these campaigns to really come up with, okay, when the user logs in, based on that, the screens would change. And there you go, you got things going. So just two little things for you. Thank you. Over.
You have clear good value points, and from a technical point of view, for us, we normally let the table and the people to drive the process come from the program. So if the programs want that data to be, those commonalities to be addressed, all those things needs to be managed at the planning phase. And that's why we normally give them an opportunity. And for us, we work from a coordination mechanism whereby before any campaign is done, even before a program or the Ministry of Health shares the work plans, there is a joint coordination process just to find out how many campaigns are going to be done in the next 6 months. So what will be the requirements? All these things need to be planned prior so that we can start even prepping the technical people at the back end and even reallocating tasks to the technical teams to work with this program, ensure that you map out what is common so that you design once, reuse many times. So all those things are normally factored in during planning. No sweat for us.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I have DHIS2 from Liberia, and we use DHIS2 for our routing data. Now, from the presentation, the first stage is the planning stage, and you said you have to create an instance for a campaign. Now, from my point is because Oslo is the one that controls the system, even though we have a little server in Liberia whereby we key the data, but it's actually hosted in Oslo. Now, the next thing is it brings to mind the issue of requesting, because definitely then you have to request for higher space from Oslo. Now, but my main question is, if you create the instance, would that have the capability of taking all of the components of the campaign, starting from macro down to payment? Would the system have the capabilities? Because when we come to digitalization for campaign, there are two things that are key. One is data quality, and the second one, which do not look at, is accountability. Because accountability, even though normally we say data quality, yes, but do not focus mostly on accountability. So will the instance be able to look at the campaign from start to end, including training, using barcodes, etc.? Thank you.
By just saying in the Kenyan context, the way you have set up an environment, the data is government owned. So it's been run in the servers which are owned by the government, and it's been run in country. So and we have data centers at the Ministry of Health and a data center at the university. So you have done a co-location of servers. And that's why for us it's very easy to do this backend support without even asking someone to allocate for us extra resources, and even trying to think about how much it will cost us. Because we can utilize data center servers at the ministry, we can utilize data center servers at the University of Nairobi, and if need be, we have the Ministry of ICT, who also have a data center, right? So for us, that's why it's very easy for us to maneuver in the backend and be able to customize things and play around with things. Because remember, we have a pool of engineers at the backend, and that they sleep and that's all they do. In fact, if you push them to the limit, they have no problem. So for us, we normally put that process to ensure that the production site is not affected in terms of optimization, because the production site has to be up at any given time. So just imagine the cabinet secretary is in a meeting and they want to see data and the production site is not active. Why? There's a campaign being run in a certain county. That's unacceptable for us at the ministry. So the production site, if those want to access data, those want to look at data, current, in fact, near current, I would say near current data from last month, they will find it. After 15th, by the time we get to the 20th, they'll get data. The accounts who are between reporting on a daily basis because they are within the confinement and they enjoy technology and they enjoy connectivity. So counties that we give them space up to the 15th, there are those who probably have challenges. So data is within their space, but they are yet to upload it or verify. So we have a different set of, but the cutoff is on 15th of every month. And then after that, we do verification. And then the data can be readily available for use and for planning. So for us, we have that advantage. That's why we have seen the advantage of co-opting public institutions to ensure that the Ministry of Health focus on the core business, which is health. So you don't have a doctor start talking about servers and the server optimization. So that work is left for the techie people to tell us, how are we going to make this thing work from a technical perspective?
So, you know, I think a little bit of that mention of, a separate instance is causing a little bit of maybe confusion. And I'm trying to understand, has any study been done as to what is the extra load that is required, or what does the extra load happen? Is the data flowing in real time during your campaign? And I had a question earlier, are you using mobile phones to collect the data? And then, unless you have 100% coverage of the whole country, there's going to be certain lags and so on and so forth. So, if the data is coming in real time, and unless it's really coming, that load is really high, has that load factor been ever calculated that would take down a production site versus slow it down? Those are two vastly different things. Like slowing it down, I can understand, but having a kind of load that takes it down, that's a totally different thing. So has that study been done? And then the cost effectiveness of that spinning up and spinning down, if you could. So yeah, thank you for answering the mobile part. Thank you.
I would say that for us, you have done as a study, but you have done as an analysis from the technical part of things. And the reason I'm saying that is when we are running any campaign, right? So the first thing we do, DHIS2 has a mobile app, which can work on offline or online mode. We use the cache optimization function to ensure that health workers, as they move around in the catchment area, remember they're working in a certain catchment area. If there's connectivity or not, the device will capture. And we normally factor in, sometimes the devices can be damaged. You can factor in an option whereby that data for that period of time, when the device was offline, they have a backup. So we can never wish away paper. But 90% of the time, we encourage for them to use the offline mode of the DHIS2. Once collected, the moment they get to the facility, because they have to come back to the link facility, the link facility device, once it gets the network, because we have a local centralized network at the facility level, it can quickly sync to the main servers, and that's it done. So the health worker doesn't have to do double entry when they're doing these campaigns. And one of the key things we normally do, and we do network mapping, is we need to understand during planning, which catchment areas are you targeting, and what will be the challenges for us as the backend people supporting the health worker to collect this data. Are they able to collect that data using a digital tool? Is a yes or no? If it's a no, can we be able to provide to them an offline mode so that when they come to the facility, they can sync those options which we look at that particular moment. So in terms of studies, as we have done it from the technical perspective, not necessarily as a study, but we look at the resources that we have as a ministry and what we can able to do, and how can we able to utilize our resources in a more optimal manner, so that we don't either strain those who want to continue using data for management purposes, and those who want to run their campaigns also, they're not also disfranchised. Then the field, I can imagine in the field and the system's not working, because the only option you are given is online mode, and you're in a place where there's no connectivity. So we try also to factor in those kind of concerns during planning. You're good? Okay.
So thank you again. I'm thinking about your dashboard. I mean, does that customer has a dashboard that will give us real-time data where at whatever level the activities can be monitored? Is it possible with your instance when it is created? Because when you are implementing and you must have people that also want to know what is happening on the field, especially with or household mobilization, net distribution. With your dashboard, will you be able to produce it in a way that they will give real-time information for people at the back to see what's happening on the field? Have you done that before?
Yes or no, but we normally try as much as possible to not necessarily focus again on real time, but near real time. And for us, you can get data for the whole of last month. But we normally give them a window up to 15th to ensure that everybody's has done their reporting as per policy requires, and we can able to access that data. But yes, if you want, yeah. Yes. Yes, for routine reporting.
So, but by the 17 at central level, the data is already there. So we can go to the data, do our analysis and see what's happening. But I'm looking at it from a campaign point of view. So for the campaign point of view, you need a dashboard that is, how can I say, that is active, that as the activity is being conducted, you back there, you know what is happening, you can call and make some intervention. That's my.
For us, for phones that can support online, as I mentioned, DHIS2, the mobile app can run online and off mode. So for sites that health workers who are doing campaigns, they are on online mode, that data will be posted on the DHIS2, you can do the analysis. But for sites that sometimes the intermittent connection, we ensure after a campaign, they have to go back to their link facility and sync. So at the end of the day, you will get the real time you want, and that's why I was trying to say real time or near real time for the sake of the campaign. Because you have to factor in geographical concerns, and sometimes I've seen people going to doing campaigns in this how can I put them, zones which are a bit of security concern. You are seen with a gadget, they can snatch it. So yeah, so you have to be very careful. So during campaigns, yes, you can get for those who have access to the net, and but during the day, once the campaign is done, you can even do an intervention, because campaigns are done by catchment area. So let's, for instance, after the end of the day, the catchment area realize that because it maps, we also integrate with using the QGIS and QField, right? So you can map them, you can see the dots, how the health work was moving during the campaign within the cluster. So if they missed, and using Google Earth, they missed a certain household in that catchment area, you can tell them, yesterday you missed this. So tomorrow, before you start with the next cluster 2 or the next cluster, can you go and revisit those households? And we'll be able to capture. And those are the tools that as help us, even the health workers, when they're doing the campaigns, are very keen. And they can even call. So use other models. Don't necessarily run from DHIS2. There's WhatsApp, can set a text. So there's that close coordination in terms of how you run, plan, and even implement those campaigns. So I think our time is up.
Thank you. It might be either in this part or whatever, but I was asking, how do you manage the reverse logistics by using the DHIS2? The leftover net, maybe you have a campaign, then you have some leftover. Do you include or do you manage anything, or do you have part of it?
The leftovers in terms of, is it any commodities, resources? Huh?
I'm referring on the mosquito net, maybe they are leftover of the campaign. How do you manage through this?
So for us, remember, there's the instance for the campaign and the instance for return. So you have an indicator which captures a number of nets were issued during the campaign. So the ones which are they're probably surplus remaining, they go back to the link facility. So the link facility will continue issuing those ones as the work-ins, as they come in, and as they continue managing the program. For us, I don't think we don't count them as leftovers. They're part of the stock. So if you are given 10,000 nets and during that window of your campaign, you issued 15,000, you need to account for your 5,000. And the 5,000 will be the ones now the facility will continue issuing. By the time they get to the threshold of before they get to the stock out, they can reorder. So for us, we count what has been given out, and what remains is still it's still part of the commodities for the facility. Yeah. The only indicator we track is what was issued during campaign and what has been issued as a normal routine case management at the facility level. As an indicator. Okay. Okay, I think our time is up. Thank you for your for listening in.
Check. Sound check once. Check. Check once. Mic testing. Check once. Sound check. Sound check once. Mic testing. Sound check once. Check once. Mic testing. Where? Email. One, two, sound check, one, two. Yeah, baby, sound check. Mic testing, mic testing. I'm about to change your cable. Check, 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 check. One, two. Mic testing. Check, one, two. Sound check. Ikoje? Iko clean. Sawa.
Check 1, 2. Mic testing 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Iko better. 1, 2. Ongeza 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Okay.
Check 1, 2. Mic testing. 1, 2. Hiyo ni simu. Muni mute tena. Check 1, 2. Mic testing. 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Hi,
1, 2.
can you hear me?
1, 2. Mic testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. We are testing the microphones for the online speaker. 1, 2.
Yeah, I am speaking. Can you hear
Check
me?
1, 2. 1, 2.
Hello.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Hello. 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 Yes. Shall we start? Shall we start? Hello. Good morning, everyone. I am with Trishna Webavi. I'm representing Dimagi today, and I am joined by my colleagues Ismaila and Savesh, who is joining us remotely from South Africa. Welcome to the round robin tool demo session. Some of you might know about Dimagi already. You might have used Comcare for some project. Some of you may not. So before we head into the demo session, I would like to introduce Dimagi and our technology platform Comcare to you. So allow me to share my screen. I'll quickly go through a short deck. All right. So Dimagi was started in 2002. We are a 20-year-old organization. We are a socially conscious technology company that builds digital solutions for frontline workforce to enable them to deliver their services more effectively at the community level. All right. As you can see, till date, we have supported over 1 million frontline workers. We are working with our partners in over 130 countries. And we are the makers of Comcare, which is our flagship technology platform. And I'm going to talk more about Comcare in the upcoming slides. As you can see here, Dimagi has a diverse client base. We work with nonprofits, ministries, governmental institutions, development banks, philanthropies, international non-governmental organization, academia, and social businesses as well. Some of our notable partners are reflected in this slide. Now, talking about Comcare, which is our flagship technology platform. Comcare has a lot of features, but there are certain salient ones that we would like to highlight here today. The first feature that I want to talk about is that it can work offline. So when you go to collect data in a remote area, you do not need internet connectivity to collect data. Once you are connected to the Wi-Fi or mobile data, the data can automatically be synced to the server, or you can manually do that as well. And we are going to demo that in our tool demo session. Comcare supports multiple language. So, we can build your application in any language that you would prefer, and the app can be translated into local languages as well, depending upon the geography. We are an open source platform, so anybody can start building applications on Comcare. We have free training tools that is made available. There's a community of Comcare users which are available 24/7 to support you with any questions that you have. Comcare also supports multimedia. So we can have images, audios, videos that support low literacy users to navigate the application. Talking a little bit about Comcare evidence base. So there are more than 80 peer-reviewed journals that explore the impact that Comcare has created when frontline workers use this application to deliver services at the community level. So as you can see, there are increased number of visits, there's less training time, there's reduced mortality, and it also talks about cost effectiveness. Comcare is built for scale. You can do a small pilot, and you can also scale it up to a national level program if the need be. This slide reflects some of our large scale programs that we are part of in the country. As you can see, we have quite an established presence in the region. All right, so that was about Dimagi and Comcare. Now let's talk briefly about challenges in any health campaign. So as we know, there are so many challenges that we come across when you're talking about a health campaign. Some of the challenges are mentioned here. So there's lack of timely and quality data, there's delayed payment to campaign workers, there are supply chain challenges, inefficient microplanning, just to name a few. So how can a digital solution help mitigate these challenges across health campaigns? So Dimagi has built an integrated campaign solution, which is a comprehensive suite of digital tools, which is designed to support every level of a health campaign. So just to give an example, even in a malaria campaign, there could be various levels, right? So there could be a community health worker who's doing patient management at the community level, like identifying a patient who has malaria and following them throughout the continuum of care. Then there is the campaign digitalization aspect, where campaign operators and distribution agents are working on providing campaign-based services. So this integrated solution caters to all or every level of a campaign. For today's demo, we are obviously going to just focus on the campaign digitalization. Before we head into the demo, I just want to also highlight some of the key features of our integrated malaria solutions. As you can see, there's geolocation-enabled target enumeration, supply chain management, there's self-paced digital training, community engagement through SMS and chatbots, advanced reporting and analytics. And Comcare is also highly interoperable, so it can integrate with any national health system in the broader digital architecture of the country, such as DHIS2. So I'm going to pause here now, and I'll quickly start with the demo. All right. So for the demo, I'm using an Android emulator. So as you can see, this is what your phone screen, Android phone screen looks like. As you can see here, this is the Comcare logo. This is the platform that you install on your phone, within which you can install applications. All right. I'm so sorry about that. I'm going to repeat myself again. I hope everybody can see it now. So this is an Android emulator that I'm using for the demo. This essentially looks like your Android phone screen. Here you can see the Comcare logo. So this is the Comcare platform. In this platform, you install the various applications that you use. So I'm going to quickly open this. So right now, as you can see, the platform directly takes me to the app which I've already logged into. So let me just go back a step and show you how to install an application on Comcare. So in order to install an application, you just have to click here. There's an application barcode or an alphanumeric code that we provide once we have developed an application for you. And using that, you can install an application. I have already installed the integrated malaria solution. So I'm just going to right click here and the user login password page appears. So as I mentioned, this particular suite of application caters to different user personas in a health campaign. So we will see how a campaign operator will use Comcare to register households and enroll the households for various services, and also how a distribution agent will later provide the campaign-based services to that particular household that we just registered. So I'll quickly log into the campaign operator modules. So this is the page that appears when you log in. I just want to highlight two things here. One is the sync with server icon. So as you can see, it gives you a timestamp on when the last sync had happened. In order to manually sync any data to the cloud server, you just have to click on this icon. Otherwise, Comcare can automatically upload data to the server as well when it's connected to internet. Apart from that, because I mentioned that Comcare can support multiple languages, so I just want to show you how you can change the language of the application. So if you click on this 3 dots on top and change language, you can change the language from here. So this application is built in both English and French. So accordingly, you can change the language. For this demo, we'll be using English. Let's start. So in the campaign operator application, there are these 3 modules: household management, enrolling the household for various campaign-based services, and enrolling a child who is below 5 years of age for the seasonal malaria chemo prevention dose administration. So let's quickly look at registration of a household. Now, these, I mean, it's a long list of households here which we have kind of registered for demo purposes. Let me just quickly add a new household. This will enable the campaign operator to collect some basic information regarding a household. I'll go with Almasi 2 because I'm running out of names as well. This is Parklands Road. Now, Comcare can capture the GPS location of the structure as well. So when I click on record location, it will capture all these GPS coordinates. A lot of programs require this segregation to be made on what structure type is the household. Is it temporary or solid or permanent? Depending upon programmatic requirements, we can definitely remove this question or change this question. Let's say 2, name of head of household. John. I'll also enter a contact number. So this is the information that I have collected. The app will ask me to confirm if the details are correct or not, and then I move forward. Now the app will prompt me whether I want to enter the details of the 2 members of the household right now, or do I want to do it later? Let's say I will do it later. Then the app will prompt the instruction that in order to add member, you will have to go to that particular option under the household management section. I say, okay, and then finish. So a household has been registered. Now, after the registration, the app will open up this particular page where you can update that particular household, make certain changes, update the members or add members. Since we said we will add 2 members, let me just quickly show you how we can add members here. So one, I think I added John as the head of household. Let's say 32, male, not suffering from any illness. And the second could be Seth. Let's say it's a child who's below 5 years of age, male, no. Again, the app will ask me to confirm the details that I've entered for each member. Confirm and finish. So now my household is registered and I've also added the 2 members in the household. And I'll go back to the main page. Just want to quickly show you one thing. So as you can see, it's a long list of households, right? But in order to, if you want to kind of make any changes to that particular household that you just registered, you can just, sorry. Yeah. There's a search icon here where you can click and just type the name of the household, and that will appear right on the top of the list. Yeah. Just a second. Move it down. Yeah. No, sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, so this is the search icon where you can easily search for the household that you just registered and go and make the necessary changes. I'll go back to the main page where we will enroll the household for various services. As you can see, the household that I just registered is appearing on this in this particular list. I click here. Moving forward, so this particular form will allow me to enroll the household for any campaign-based activity. It could be IT and distribution or IRS. This is the basic details of the household. Now it asks the data collector whether the household wants to be enrolled for the IT campaign. Let's say yes. For IRS, I'll just put no. Now the campaign operator is handing out a voucher based on the program. The campaign operator is handing out a voucher, let's say, and the voucher has a code. So we enter the code and then finish. So this particular household is now registered for IT and distribution. Now, if you see here, Almazi 2 is appearing on this list. It says Y registered for IT&C, and it has also calculated the number of bed nets that this particular household is eligible to receive. Now, this is based on a WHO recommended formula. The application automatically calculates this in the backend. This can be changed based on programmatic requirements. Now I'll go back and I'll enroll the child for SMC dose administration. So as you can see, set that I registered is appearing on this list. This is the child case summary. Now we move ahead to enroll set for the SMC dose administration. The app will ask for the parents' consent for the child to be enrolled. I click on yes, let's finish. So now the campaign operator has registered the child who's below 5 years of age for SMC dose administration as well. And as you can see in this list, set is appearing. And the number of doses is 0 because set has not received any SMC dose yet. So I'll move out of this application. Pausing briefly here to just see if you have any questions. This was just an example. You can register as many number of members are there in the house. No, all the details. You can take all the details.
It said install application malaria program. Hello. Okay. So I'm curious, do you have different applications for different purposes? Or do you have a singular application which basically can be reused based on the role of the user?
Yes, thank you very much. So for the vouchers, which you said could be coded, who produced that voucher? Is it going to be from your side? And then what devices will be used for those? Would they also be coming from your side as well, since your system manages the process? Just to
I think the assumption here, and Vitrushna, you can complete, is that there are vouchers produced elsewhere. So here is just to scan or enter the information of that voucher here. Now, if you want a use case where you generate a unique ID from the application, that's possible. And then you use that data to generate your voucher, that's also possible. The other use case that's possible is you generate the unique ID and you can send it via SMS to the beneficiary so they can have it. And next time you come, you say, okay, show me the code that we sent you, and then you can use that.
Say follow-up question. Come up again on the push message from the HN. You mentioned about the SMS for the beneficiary. How do you come with it again?
So because you when you're enrolling and you're registering the household and the beneficiaries, you're capturing their phone number. If you connect CommCare with any SMS platform, either locally or an aggregator one, you can use that to send SMS and actually even receive SMS from the beneficiaries, right? So for the vouchers, what we are saying is that instead of having a physical voucher, you could generate a code for each household and you send it via SMS when the data is synchronized to the platform. So the beneficiary receive it. And next time when the agent comes to deliver the services, they can ask the household what is their code, and then you use that to validate the distribution of bed nets, for example. And I think she'll go through that, so maybe we can.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I think you had a question about generating the households. And I'm wondering mostly if the households are kind of nested within an administrative hierarchy, like district, sub-district, to also support sorting households and be able to actually find a household that you're looking for. That seems very important to making this actually usable at an operational level. Thank you.
Yeah, so there is just like DHIS2 a location feature, if you familiar with DHIS2, where when you're building your system, you can define from the national level to the village different structures, and you actually allocate user to those different structures. So here you could say that your operator is in this specific health facility or this specific village, So the data associated to that is allocated to that. And one feature that's really nice about this system is like the care sharing, meaning that the supervisors that are at the health facility level can see all the villages, for example, under that health facility and the data associated to those villages. Or if you have two workers in the same area, if she register a household in my device, I can see that household, while if you're another village that I don't have access to, I cannot see that household. So that helps like kind of limiting access to data via that location structure as well.
All right, I think we'll move forward, and now I would like to show you the distribution agent module. Logging in to the distribution agent application. Sorry. Okay, so let's start. So as you can see, for a distribution agent, these are the two modules. If I click on IT and distribution, okay, let me first sync. I think the data was not synced. Yeah, now you can see that Almasi 2, which is the household that that the campaign operator registered previously, is appearing on this list of IT and distribution, along with the number of bed nets that they are eligible to receive. Now, I click on this. Continuing forward, this is the household summary, which is being reflected on the distribution agent's phone. And it is also prompting this message where it says that this household is eligible to receive 1 bed nets. Now the distribution agent is going to verify the code, which was initially provided by the campaign operator. So as you see, if you enter the right coupon code, it says it's verified. If you enter a wrong coupon code and try to move forward, the app will not allow that. So it's a check that is in place to ensure that the coupon code is verified. Now I move forward, and then the distribution agent will confirm whether the bed nets was distributed to the household or not. Yes, then finish. And this can be synced to the server. So that was the IT and distribution workflow. Now I'll also quickly show you the SMC dose administration workflow. So yeah, as you can see, Seth is the child that I registered previously. I'll click on Seth. This is the child case summary, and the app is again prompting that this is the child's first dose of SMC. Now the distribution agent will confirm the administration of dose number 1 and click on finish. So this is the basic workflows regarding the IT and distribution and SMC dose administration. I'll log out from this application now, and if there are questions, happy to take. Else I would request my colleague Sarvesh, who's joining remotely, to give a demo of the dashboards. Okay, we have some questions.
One. Do we do a distribution process using offline or online? And if offline, this will be possible. How could you add that data, maybe like to verify karma? I don't know. But if it's offline, how do we manage? Because sometimes during the issue might have a long queue of people they want to net and whatever. Would you tell them that to wait for the internet or whatever? The area where they so remote, where the internet connectivity is not good.
Portable question, but yes, it works offline, meaning that you can only, the visibility on what has been distributed can be only clear when the person get online. But what Sarvesh will show later is that you can see who has synchronized or not during the day, and you can, as a supervisor, kind of ask them, hey, do you have access to connectivity or things like that? So I'm not sure if that's answering your question or not, but when it's offline, like regardless of what you do, like the visibility will only come when someone have access to connectivity. So the data syncs back to the servers and your supervisors can see it. Does that make sense?
All right, so thank you so much for demonstration. My concern has to do with the campaign, especially at what level are you tracking on this platform? I'm only seeing for household management and I'm seeing for distribution. So what's about training and stock management? So does your platform also capture that?
Yes, so we're only going through like a minimum of things, but in terms of training, we have the different programs where we can embed within the application specific training modules, or as well capture training attendance or things like that. So there are different aspects of trainings we can show. Actually, there is on the link I've shared, there is some documents that describe. It's somewhere in the room. I'll share with you. And the stock management piece as well, there are some supply chain functionalities that either for the facility or even for the different users that can track stocks, make sure if you receive like some stocks, it's done. If you hand out a BENNET, it can deduct the stock, etc., and then you can do some reporting around it.
So we have 10 more minutes. So I think I'll request Sarvesh to just kind of take us through the dashboard demo.
I am not able to share the screen. Someone from the organizing team, if they can allow me access to share screen on Zoom, please. Okay, I can do it now. Thank you. So what I'll do is I'll go through, maybe I'll take just 5-6 minutes to go through some of the reporting and dashboard related capabilities of Comcare. And then I can take some questions as well on this or the app that we have built. So if you see my screen, this is the Comcare reporting platform. There are three primary ways in which this can be, in which data can be managed from Comcare. First one is the export functionality, where data can be exported in the form of raw data, which is what you see on the screen. Then we have built integrations with different visualization tools such as Power BI and Tableau, which can be integrated with the platform, and then there can be an automated data flow between the systems. And the third one is by custom reports, which are visible on the platform. So on my current screen, if you see right now, I have created raw exports for household, the functionality that we just showed. Let me zoom in and show a little bit more detail. So I can edit this export. This is a pre-created export that an administrator can create and then show it to different people and then make it available to different program teams. Once I edit, I can select the file type, which can be used. I can scroll down. It is an easy to use UI. I can check or uncheck the boxes to include certain indicators which I want to export. I can also change the order in which these indicators can be exported. Once I'm satisfied with the kind of export that I would want, I can mark them as sensitive information wherever they are collecting personal identifiable information, and then hit save. Now, once I save, the export starts appearing in my export list, and then I can click export and use date to select the date range and click on prepare export. The prepare export will help me in downloading the export as well as send me as an email. So this is a raw export, and then what it will allow different teams to do is they can download it in Excel and then upload it onto their existing system. The second form, as I mentioned, is integration with different platforms. So here on the left-hand side, if you see, there is an Excel dashboard integration that can help in creating a dashboard in Microsoft Excel. There is a Power BI or Tableau integration that we have done. So I'll show this tool, which is a superset integration, which is also an open source data visualization tool. Now here I have collected details around the geolocation, which we just now were seeing. And if I hover over a map, I can see the indicator name and the region name. I can zoom in or out to see the heat map. So here I am seeing the number of households that have been registered. And if I keep zooming in into a location, I keep seeing the specific indicators for that location. Similarly, I can map out the specific households as well. So with exact GPS coordinate. Now these maps can always be overlaid on each other. So there are programs where we have matched these two maps and overlaid on them. For example, the household related coordinates are matched with the facility to plan during the campaign around different functionalities. Similarly, there is a dashboard that we have created for polio campaign, which shows different indicators visualized in different formats. Third, the platform allows different custom reports. So we have a report builder tool, which can be used with it's a very simple to use tool, can be used by non-technical team as well. And here you can create these list reports. So this report is a sample report for stocks. It lists down all the stocks that have been collected through the stock monitoring workflows and the details of the stock. So how many stock have been received, how many are remaining, as well as the date when it was updated. Similarly, details around the training. So how many users I have, there are different filters that I can select. So I have selected here campaign operator and team leader about whom I want to see, but there could be training for different types of users whom we have built in the system. All of these reports can be exported to Excel as well as emailed to the intended audience. And then finally, there are a few reports that we have which helps in tracking the user related information. So I think there was a question about how this works offline and how that can affect the availability of data points. So the whole application works offline, but you have, for example, this report which gives an option to see who all has entered data. So if you see here, it shows the usernames for all the users whom I have created for this particular conference demo. All the users who, when did they submit the form, when did they sync their data, and the application version they are on. So for example, if we see this user has not submitted their data for the past 1 week, and they're also on an older version of the application, which is clear that the program team needs to follow up and make sure that they are using the latest version to use all the new features that have been released, as well as continue to use the app offline, but sync at least once in 2 days, 3 days, or week, whatever the programmatic need might be. In addition to this application status report, there are some pre-built product report which allows different kind of analysis for driving user adoption of the system. So this is a quick summary of the dashboard and data capabilities. But one thing which I would want to just reiterate, we are showing only certain functionalities as well as features. So even the app, we only showed one particular functionality, but the integrate in need. So when you think of creating a household related database for registering them on different campaign is what we just saw through that module. There could be need for a facility related stock monitoring system. There could be need for implementing MDA campaigns. So all of those are built into one using this platform ComCare, which we just showed, but with different logins and access level for the users. I'll pause there and maybe take some questions. And just to add, I think for the online audience, I'll share the Google Drive link, which can give you access to other documents that we just talked about. You can use this to know about the other functionalities of the system, as well as install the application on your Android devices and use the demo credentials to try it out, test it yourself, and see if this is something that could be of value to your team.
Any questions? You have a question?
You test this platform before? How many countries have you?
I think we have more than 1,000 projects in 20 years, but for campaigns specifically, we have spray campaigns with app associates and through PMI in 14 countries. We have polio campaign worker management and payments with the WHO that was talked about yesterday through 12 countries now. I don't know. There are other type of campaigns, but yeah, this is kind of a mashup of our experience with different type of campaigns these past 20 years.
Thank you. For IRS, I think in one of the responses was the household structure type. So I don't know if you've used this for enumerating the number of structures. So in one household, you could have more than one. And then I've seen here it only captures one structure.
Yeah, I think Sarosh and V mentioned it. Here is a template app that we built, quite simple. We're not trying to super localize it to one context. So the idea is if one country takes it, they can add those specificities. So here you have 2 structure type. If you want to add 3 more, you can add them. If you want to remove it, you can remove it. So that's the idea about this. You can see it as a template app. This is not like this app as is not used in any country. It's a template app that we've built for countries to take and adapt to their specific needs. All right, we have 1 minute late. Thank you, everybody. And
Plan. One moment, he needs to do some checking. Sorry, everyone. I think they're just setting up the Zoom call so that it can be recorded. Is it possible just to record it and then post it, maybe?
But I'll be skipping between a couple.
Don't share your picture.
And then we're going to get started. Okay. Let's start with this one. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Hi to everyone who's joined on Zoom as well. Sorry that took some time for the Zoom link. I'm Anna Winters, and I'm the co-founder of Across. Really lovely to have you here. You're running a marathon in terms of all of these demos today. So today what I would like to do is give you a demo and some background about Reveal, which is an open source digital global good that is focused on the digitization of campaigns, particularly bringing the GIS and geo enablement to the table for campaigns. Okay, so I did present yesterday. I'm not going to go through this in depth at all, but it is good to remember that the primary challenge that we have is reaching the unreached. And that's the challenge that we're really trying to overcome when we are using geo and GIS in the campaign realm. And so in terms of campaigns, what we see again and again is that often you might see a reported coverage that is quite high, but then when you're actually on the ground, even doing a post-campaign survey, that coverage in many cases is considerably lower. There's many reasons for this. A lot of times it's that population denominator challenge, just like I talked about yesterday. Okay. All right, so Reveal is an end-to-end platform. That means that on your left, we're first mapping and microplanning. We're supporting countries to understand where they need to prioritize often limited resources. This microplanning stage happens by building digital maps. I'm going to show you the microplanning interface during the demo. Printed large where the plan would be deployed to the mobile client. And so I'm also going to demo that piece. And then to finalize this end-to-end approach, while the campaign is being deployed, these data are accessible on the web user interface on these dashboards. Of course, that's when there is network. If there's no network, then the data stays on the phone. It's of course important for the rural environments that these are often used in. Reveal has had a long history, actually. It was initially developed alongside the Ministry of Health in Zambia to support their indoor residual spray campaign. So it's been a very end user focused deployment. It's expanded considerably in the near term years, particularly into new use cases. So the learning that has happened on IRS has been moved laterally into other areas: mass drug administration, seasonal malaria chemoprophylaxis, and then now into NTDs, MDA for NTDs. So I think there's lots of opportunity. I just am going to show these up quickly. We're not going to go into depth, but just to give you a sense of some of the use cases that Reveal deployed to support. There are those couple of countries there where we've actually seen in the results section some really impressive increases in IRS coverage and also some coordinating reduction in disease burden, malaria incidence there by 15% reduction, and a fairly strong ROI. Those are some papers there that you can feel free to read. And if you'd like the copy of these slides, happy to provide them. I showed this yesterday, but it gives a quick snapshot of how geospatial so IRS. And so this was all happening through the mobile client that you'll see. By 2020, because we had mapped and we had better information, that last mile was actually covered. And so this is a good quick example about how the use of these type of maps can get improved coverage. Foci investigation, another use case that Reveal has been supporting. This was in Thailand with the number of partners that you see there below. Let's click through this. Mass drug administration for neglected tropical disease, most recently in Kenya with Vihiga County, but also Zambia, and forthcoming actually started Mali. And then seasonal malaria chemoprophylaxis. This was in Nigeria with the Malaria Consortium. I'll bring your attention here to cycle 1 and cycle 3, please. You can see the visitation coverage at cycle 1 was at 54%. And then over time, that visitation coverage, i.e. the houses that were reached and the kids in those houses that were reached, increased. Oh. Okay, thank you. Okay. Voila. I'm going to skip through the immunization piece right now and social behavior change so we can get to the meat of this. Okay, so let's recall this end-to-end process. This is what I want to demo for you. I'm first going to take you through the micro planning piece on your left side. I'm then going to show you how those plans are tasked out to the mobile client so that each spray team or community drug distributor, community health worker teams can see where they're meant to go and where they're meant to deploy their specific intervention, and then the dashboards. So let's talk about the demo scenario. I want you to go with me here. I'm going to pretend that I'm the district manager for Luancha. Luancha is a district in Copperbelt province of Zambia, right there in the middle. And what often happens in these situations is first a macro plan at the national level. And during that macro plan, and this is an illustrative data, so you'll have to go with me, but during that macro plan, Luancha district was allocated enough IRS commodities, IRS sachets, and PPE, et cetera, to target 10,000 structures. And so I know as the manager that I have 5 spray teams that are available for this campaign. And I must now, during the micro planning process, select which health facility catchments I'm going to focus on with my limited resources, knowing that I only can cover 10,000 structures. So the selection criteria in the micro planning piece that we're going to focus on is here. And again, this is illustrative. Zambia uses some of these, but first of all, we're going to look at areas that had low IRS coverage in previous years. Second, we're going to look at areas that had a high incidence of malaria by DHIS2 data and high population. So often IRS is focused in higher populated areas, ITNs in more rural areas. So here's Copperbelt, if you're not familiar with Zambia, and that red arrow is there to Luancha. Okay, so I'm now going to switch over to the mobile client, or excuse me, the dashboard here. Okay, so this is Reveal. This is the interface here. You'll see some of these menu items up here. Planning is where we're going to go for the micro planning. Reporting is where we're going to look for the data as it's coming in from the mobile client. And then admin is where we set things up. We already have entered in the spray operators and what team they are available or on. Remember, I have 5 different teams within Luanshya district. So let's go to plan. We're going to go to simulation because that's what we're doing now. We're simulating the microplan. I've already uploaded the geographical hierarchy from the ministry. I'm going to go ahead and select province. We'll look at Copperbelt. And we're going to look just at districts and showcase that map. You'll see there's 10 districts. Let's proceed. Okay, so here you can see this is Copperbelt. There's 10 districts within Copperbelt province. Here, and keep your eye on the stats box. I know it's hard to see, but 450,000 structures or houses are within this province, okay? These are structures that were mapped before we started the microplanning process. We can talk about how those maps were developed. Much of this was grid 3 data imported straight into the system, Google footprints of households, etc. So the system being created in a way to be able to use many different types of geospatial data, most that are freely available. So now we want to go ahead and we need to start constraining this down because remember our goal here is to get down to only 10,000 structures, right? We only have enough commodities to achieve 10,000 structures. So we're going to start by doing some querying here. I'm going to look just at Luanshya. You remember I'm the Luanshya district manager and I want to look at catchments within Luanshya. Let's drill down in there. You can see there's 28 catchments. So we've gone straight into Luanshya district. I'm the manager of this district, and here's all the health facility catchments. There's 28 health facility catchments. You can see that there's a 62,000 structures that have been mapped already, and the total population there. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and create queries based upon that criteria that the national program has defined of how we want to bring down the structure number to the targeted health facilities that I'm going to be able to actually achieve. Remember, that's only 10,000. So let's add a couple of query attributes. We're going to start by querying population. And these are some population data that have been imported from this to the system from DHIS2, DHS, and otherwise. So we want to look at areas that had a population of more than 9,000 people. Remember, we're going to use our resources of IRS to target those areas of higher population. We're going to put nets probably in the other areas. Okay, so here we have 7 catchments, 16,000 population. That's still too much. We don't have enough resource for 16,000 houses or structures. So let's go ahead and add in our other criteria. You might remember incidence was one of those. So I'm adding that just now. And for sake of time, I'm going to add the third criteria. We wanted to look at historical coverage as the third criteria. Remember, these are illustrative. I'm going to say that incidence, I want to target those areas that have an incidence greater than 13. I think this is probably per 1,000. And then I want to target those areas that historically had low IRS coverage. Sometimes that can be exactly opposite, but for this case, that's what we're going to do. We're going to say that we're going to focus only in the areas where IRS was less than 20%. So let's search that. And we've got 5 catchments of focus now, and we've got 9,816 structures within there. So we've just simulated the microplan. You could see here that as the district manager, I could sit here for a very long time looking at different options, considering what's most reasonable for my district, knowing the local knowledge that I have. All of that's very important, but we want to be able to give a platform in order for that experience to happen. So now we're going to move from this micro planning stage to the mobile client. So I've decided that I'm actually going to capture data and conduct this campaign using the mobile client, using the phones. I've already set up my teams in the system. So let's go ahead over to the mobile client now. Okay, so this is the Reveal mobile client. It feels a lot like Google Maps. You're navigating around. You see where you are in relationship to the houses. One thing that I should mention is because this is in Zambia, our demo, but we're in Nairobi, we actually can't see our locator button. I promise you, if you were in Zambia in Luanshya district right now, that would work. Just, you'll have to change it back one more time for me. Okay. You go ahead. There we go. All right, all good. I can review. Voila. Thank you. Okay, so let me scroll out just a little bit. The resolution is not amazing there, but you can see there are a couple of settlements within this health facility catchment that I am in. And so because the teams have been set up and because we've created this micro plan, what we're doing now is we're tasking work to these teams. So we're saying team A, you go here, and these are the structures you're meant to complete, team B, etc. Okay, so it's a very managed process. Let's scroll in here a little bit. Let's look. So we've already started our campaign. You can see I've already entered data into a couple of these houses. So now I'm the supervisor. I'm the spray supervisor. I'm no longer the district manager. I'm walking around with my tablet or my Android phone and I'm navigating, but I see on my phone where all these houses are mapped, right? All these yellow houses are houses that were mapped in the system, brought in during the micro planning process, just like Google Maps. I could see them now when I'm near this structure within a configurable amount, 30 meters, let's say, I can select that structure and I can enter data against that structure. So go with me here. It's a bit tedious because there's lots of information that Zambia specifically was wanting to capture, but we'll just go ahead and we'll enter in our information. It was the main spray. And that one, I entered that it was actually ineligible. So that house turned black, okay? Had I entered that the house was eligible, it would have taken me through capturing all the information about who's residing in that house. Do they have a bed net? Are they sleeping under that bed net? What do they know about malaria? The things that we can ask about in the house, we're able to capture that. These forms are highly configurable, but you can see here that we have a red house and we have a green house. That greenhouse I came to, I selected and I sprayed, the walls and it was a successful intervention. The red house I came to, I was nearby, I selected the house, they refused the intervention. So it turned red. We recorded why they refused. So this is great for SBC and sort of that type of mop up. So you can start to see how this mobile client works. What I'm going to do now is take you back one more time. We're going to go back to Reveal. And you may need to come back and share my screen differently, but I'm going to leave that to you. And we're going to go up to the reporting and look at performance reporting, where we're able to actually drill down and see at the district level, how's that team doing? How is the demo 1 team doing? There's 3 spray operators that were active. We can monitor the days that they worked, how many structures they found, what they actually achieved, a start and end time, etc. These performance information that's quite important. We can also look at the dashboard where these data are going to be delivered. These dashboards have been created in a way to be quite flexible because we want this system to be able to work for Mass Drug Administration, IRS, ITNs, all within the same platform so that we can be reusing these very useful and helpful spatial data. No? Yes. All right. Okay, thank you. So we'll go to reporting. We'll go to plan reporting. And I'm going to select that I'm working on an IRS campaign. We're working on this plan. Okay, so this is the dashboard. Let's scroll down just a little bit so you can see better. So the dashboard is built in two ways. You can see this table here. We're going to unroll that and look very deeply in a disaggregated manner at how our teams are doing. And I'm going to change this opacity slightly. Okay, so here's Zambia. Let's unroll Zambia and see how we are doing in terms of coverage. So here's Copperbelt, the province. We'll dig into Luancha, which was the district that I'm managing. You can see the spray coverage of those structures that were found is up to 77%. So I'm getting close to the 85% target. We can unload that or unwrap it even further and start to look at within health facility catchments, how are we doing in terms of our target? So these columns are configurable as well, but generally it's talking to us about the total spray areas, which structures were reached and found, and of those, are we actually spraying them and getting a coverage? So let's go down to Fesenge. That was actually where I was working. Scroll in. Change the opacity. And you can start to see in some of these settlements up here, how we're doing at a very, very refined, disaggregated area. So it is quite precision health in this case. Let me pause and see if there's any questions that anyone has so far about the mobile client, these dashboards, or even the first part, the micro planning. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to know whether the system registers, for example, the spray operators, because that is very important in monitoring their work, but also management of payment, just to confirm the people that have worked on the site. Thanks.
Within user management, we can start to look where we were actually uploading the team members and the spray operators within that team. We can also look at the, I mentioned here in the performance reporting, we can unload this and look at the performance by spray operator. And so, yes, the system, you can upload all your spray operators, you can create teams of those spray operators, and then you can monitor the team's performance and the spray operator's performance. For the payments, we don't have any functionality for the payments. It's on the roadmap, it's needed, but it's not there yet. Yes?
Where you have a spray operator go and the chemical, you cannot ascertain whether the chemical is properly reconstituted and used. So I want to know whether you do or assign, for example, stock, like bottle of the chemical to the spray operators, and they're able to report in the system that maybe I received 5 and I was able to spray X number of structures, and this is the balance, some sort of accountability for what they have received, whether it provides for that as well.
So that specific functionality is catered for. I think it could be smoother than it currently is. But as far as tracking stock, even for MDA, drugs used for the recent MDA in Kenya, for example, that's tracked all the way down to the most disaggregated level. So that's very helpful in terms of expiry and
Just as a follow-on to her question, sometimes you find that the insecticide units are serialized, and you'd want to track and see where was this unit mixed. So is there a way that the household is like paired or with the unit of insecticide mixed in that way?
so this would be data captured, or you're thinking even of a QR code sort of matching?
Data capture. So every household, like when you are doing the data, you can now record the serial number mixed there.
No, absolutely. And that's one thing to really that's important here. These forms are fully configurable. So we could ask, do they have blue carpet? Yes or no? What color is their walls? That's very highly configurable, and that's important, especially as we're using it for many different types of campaigns. Other questions?
Thank you so much. Really, really informative. Just one or two things as the progress happens. You were talking about performance monitoring. Is there in your analytics, do you have something that would show planned progress versus actual progress? That's one. So you know that, it was supposed to end on date X, but now it's going to end on date Y. And, based on the current progress, you already answered everything is configurable. Now, and you talked about the reusability of the application for multiple different campaigns. What I wanted to know was, what about integration of this workflow with other applications? That's one. And the ability to let's say, not use your analytics platform, but another analytics platform for, combined data analysis. Thank you.
Okay, so the analytics question is a very good one. I agree that that's really important to monitor what's planned versus what is happening. That analytics piece is not automated in the system. The way that we've catered for that is wrapping sort of the decision protocol, working with managers, for example, so that they are kind of making those decisions through stepwise protocol, reviewing the data. It could be streamlined with the analytics piece. In terms of integrating with other analytic platforms, I think that's an excellent idea, and certainly an opportunity here. That's the nature of open source. Did you have a third question? Yeah, integration. Yes. Right. Okay. So integration, I hope I'm going to answer this. So integration is something that I think is a pathway to scale. Integration, for example, with ECHIS. ECHIS in Kenya is interested in the microplanning piece, that first step that you saw there on the left. They want to add that to ECHIS. I think it's V2. I'm not exactly sure. So that's happening now between now and August. So they are planning on using the ECHIS mobile client, but the Reveal microplanning. I think, right now, data from DHIS2 can be imported and exported. What needs to happen is a fuller integration. And I think that would be fantastic. Another great pathway to scale. Also opportunities possibly with Digit or otherwise. I think that's what we need to be thinking about, is how can we integrate the power of this geospatial work if there's other existing platforms or implementing start to finish using Reveal.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna. My question is for the district supervisor. How will he or she be able to oversee the team in such a way that you can be sure that the team actually went to those particular households? And then also, do they have any form of feedback mechanism to him so that they are aware, he or she is aware of what is currently happening with it, especially should there be any operational issues or challenges on the field?
Okay, so the way that the manager can monitor if they have been there is that the only way the data can be captured is when they're near the house, right? It'd be 30 meters, you could configure it differently. Once they're near the house, that's when they can select the house, and that's when they can enter the data against it. This could be changed too. Let's say we're going to go up one and not do a household intervention, just at a settlement. We can enter the settlement, select the settlement, and then deploy whatever we're doing there in the settlement. So that's how you manage that. And your second question was, remind me? Yes, feedback. No. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Like in-app communication, it's on the roadmap. It's not been built. Great idea.
Okay, thank you. I think from your presentation is good, and it's RRS focused, but let's come to RTN distribution, where we will have to start from micro planning down to payment, because we have components, we have micro planning, we have the house mobilization, distribution, we have training down to payment. So does your platform have the capability of doing that, especially with the household mobilization, if you are able to generate individual data from household? Okay.
So that's a great question. The question is more focused on it. Could this be used for ITN, micro planning and delivery? On the micro planning, yes, it has been used for a combined vector, a combined IRS and ITN distribution micro plan. I can share a little bit about that. As far as household mobilization, once an individual is in that house, if there's additional activities or additional data that needs to be captured, that can be configured in the form, and that could happen. The piece that couldn't happen is the payments. That's on the roadmap, but it hasn't been built.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais poser la question en français. Et comment est-ce que vous procédez pour collecter les informations liées à la macroplan? Parce que ces informations-là, vous générez en carte. Vous procédez comment? Merci.
Could someone translate that for me?
Des informations qui vont vous permettre quand même de générer ces cartes. Ouais.
Okay, that's a very good question. So we've shown how these data can be imported. The question is, where did those data come from? How were they created? So much of the data that you saw, those settlements, for example, were Grid 3 data. Grid 3 data, I'm sure you've heard from the Grid 3 team, is settlement extents that are built off of World POP model data, okay? The other pieces might be the footprints, those households. So those can be defined a couple different ways. We can bring in readily and freely accessible Google footprints and import that into the system. We can go through a process of actually working with individuals on the in the country to digitize satellite imagery and create those footprints. A little more tedious, but it's very cheap. So those are some of the ways. And then the administrative boundaries, of course, are pulled in from the organizational hierarchy at the country. Okay. Yeah, so it's done in some countries at the footprint level. In other areas, they're not interested at a household level intervention. And in that case, the way we would run the platform is more at a settlement or even health facility catchment area. So you wouldn't see the households and you wouldn't be able to navigate household to household. You'd be going to the health facility catchment area, deploying the intervention there, and still being able to monitor it using those dashboards. Okay, I think that the next group is here. So thank you so much. I'm around all the way through Saturday morning. Happy to talk with anyone.
One, two. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic testing 1, 2. 1, 2.
So, um, I'm Mark Levy, Executive Director of Grid 3. I'm glad to have you here. My colleague Emmanuel Rukenwa from DRC. Omar is from Nigeria, are going to present some of the tools
that they've been involved with supporting malaria and other campaigns related to countries. I put our email addresses on this sheet of paper. You can take a photo if you want to contact any one of us. My website is just and I don't want to take any more time because I don't need to see the fields. How long is it? One thing I'll say as for context is that the kind of tools that Rick3 tends to develop tools that solving a particular problem in a particular place at a particular time. So they're not, if we don't develop tools in this behavior, that ways that kind of manage the whole process, manage comprehensively. We come in the tools that people are chosen and we ask for help, they can tell us what data. So the tools you will see are different than some of the other tools. And so we'll try to explain the problem that they will make to solve, how they did that, and how that enabled our partners in these two governments to achieve things that we otherwise not able to achieve. So if we see, if you're in a situation and we've shown you tools that we developed. But they're fairly portable. If you take permission and like to do something very similar, if you want to, you don't have to come to us. Maybe you're not up to it. You can't even get a computer thing. Take it back. In general, everything we develop is made available for free on the website. The first tool you're going to see that is an exception, which is a recently developed tool. It's not on the website. If you copy of it, there we go. Okay. So we're going to talk about the anomaly detection tool. I guess Mark has done all the introduction. I think we've got some French speaking. On a des personnes qui parlent uniquement français et donc je vais faire le deux traductions en même temps. So I'll show you like the translation. So just to clarify the context and complement what Mark has just said, this anomaly I have to talk about like the context in which this anomaly detection tool has been set up. It was like first in a post-campaign context. So it was in the post-campaign context. The campaign was a door-to-door campaign. The household numbering has been combined with the campaign, the Bedmake distribution campaign. And lastly, it was like done in 2022, DRC in the Kwilu province, implemented by IMA in support of the NMCP program. Donc, pour clarifier le contexte, cet outil de détection d'anomalies a été mis en place très récemment, 2022, pour accompagner la campagne des distributions de moustiquaires qui s'est passée, implémentée par IEMA dans la province de Kwilu. Et c'est une campagne qui a été faite porte à porte. C'était une campagne qui a été couplée avec le dénombrement, parce qu'on sait qu'on a d'autres contextes où la campagne se passe après un dénombrement. Pour ce qui se pose la question de comment les dénominateurs ont été déterminés, c'est en fonction de la campagne d'il y a 3 ans. Et comprendre aussi que cet outil a été développé dans un contexte post-campagne. Donc, il n'a pas été développé avant il n'a pas été utilisé avant la campagne ni pendant la campagne. Alors, l'outil, en fait, est basé sur deux types d'informations. Premièrement, c'est l'information des points des ménages, qui sont aussi les points des distributions où la campagne, où les moustiquaires ont été distribués. Et à partir de ces points des distributions des moustiquaires, on produit en fait un raster de la distribution, de la densité de la distribution. Là où le raster est plus foncé, c'est là où il y a eu le plus de distribution par espace de couverture. So this tool is based upon two types of data. The first type of data is the density of distribution point, like of the household points or the points where BedNet distribution has occurred. So those points are transformed into a raster, are modelized into a raster. And the darker the raster is, the higher the density. So this is the first set of data. The second set of data used after we have produced the GPS point density layer, we produce a building footprint layer, a building footprint density layer. So this is also derived from the building footprints layer. So from the building footprint layer, we derive a building footprint density layer. And then mixing the two, we are able to modelize the anomalies that were noticed in the distribution. Donc, la deuxième donnée qu'on rajoute au modèle, c'est la densité de l'empreinte des bâtiments. Donc, on a une couche d'empreinte de bâtiment qu'on transforme aussi en couche de densité d'empreinte de bâtiment. Même principe, là où c'est plus foncé, ça veut dire qu'il y a plus des maisons en fait, dans l'espace. Et en combinant les deux couches, on arrive à produire maintenant le modèle qui présente les différentes anomalies qui sont relevées dans la distribution. So, on the anomaly layer, the brighter a point is, or like an area is, the higher the anomaly ratio is. So we understand that this tool has been used to identify places where there could have potentially been over distribution or under distribution. Donc, on comprend en fait sur la couche de modélisation qui est produite que les points qui sont les plus éclairés, les plus lumineux, sont les points où il y a eu le plus d'anomalies et que ce modèle nous permet en fait d'identifier des endroits où il y a eu potentiellement une surdistribution ou une sous-distribution. C'est un peu plus des détails sur comment ces deux couches sont combinées. Donc, on peut voir à droite, à gauche plutôt, la couche des densités, des distributions, avec plus enfoncé les endroits où il y a eu le plus des distributions sur un espace réduit. Sur la deuxième colonne, on a les deux couches de manière individuelle. Donc, en rouge, ce sont tous les bâtiments en fait, qui ont servi au modèle. Et en noir, ce sont tous les points où se sont tenues les distributions. On peut voir, par exemple, une concentration anormalement élevée dans 3 endroits. Donc, on a une concentration au-dessus et un peu en dessous. Donc, on peut déjà entrevoir, par exemple, qu'il y aura des anomalies à ces endroits, mais on ne sait pas jusqu'à quelle intensité. En dessous, sur la ligne en dessous, on voit en fait 2 concentrations anormalement élevées des points, mais à part cela, on ne voit pas d'autres anomalies. Mais voilà ce qu'on remarque après, et je vais passer au slide suivant. So, reverting back to the feeding data that we are using, here you got the density, the distribution density raster. Here we've got individual points that like produce this raster. In black, we've got the distribution point, and in red, the building. We notice that we've got an abnormally higher concentration of distribution points on this site, and this site. On the second set of data, we noticed that we've got the same abnormal distribution, concentration of distribution point on this side and this side. And elsewhere, we noticed nothing. So we might think that we will have like an anomaly on these 3 points and on these 2 points. So this is what we end up with after running the model. So we noticed something here. We noticed that the anomaly is like higher in the first halo than in the second halo, and even the second halo even higher than in the third halo of points. On the second subset of data, we exactly find out that we've got this anomaly here. We've got another like lower level anomaly here, but we noticed this region, bright region here, very large, where we've got a very, very, very large anomaly of distribution, of potential over distribution. So this is something you cannot see with the raw data, but we can detect it with the anomaly detection tool. So we end up with this model, exactly, with this model, and where it's blue means that the distribution is occurred within the acceptable limits. Donc, comme je disais, après avoir lancé le modèle, bien qu'on s'attendait exactement qu'on pourrait avoir des anomalies dans ces endroits de forte concentration de points, on se rend compte, par exemple, que cette concentration de points, qui est peut-être moindre que celle qui est en bas, représente une plus grande anomalie pourtant que l'anomalie qu'on a en bas. Mais cet espace où apparemment il n'y a pas d'anomalie et où les points sont bien distribués représente en fait une anomalie très très sensible et très très large sur un très grand espace. Et en tournant le modèle, on arrive à ce type de raster, et ce type de raster veut juste nous dire que les endroits où la coloration est plutôt bleue, c'est les endroits où la distribution s'est plutôt bien passée. Le modèle possède des paramètres qu'on peut rajouter pour nous concentrer uniquement sur certaines parties ou sur certains types d'anomalies. Donc, on peut fixer un seuil de sensibilité pour que tous les petits écarts, en fait, ne nous poussent pas à nous poser des questions. Donc, on concentre en fait nos ressources sur les endroits où on trouve les anomalies les plus distendues. Donc, on peut partir de la carte au milieu vers la carte en troisième plan, qui a moins, par exemple, qui a une couverture du raster moindre, mais en fait, qui reprend les mêmes points avec les grandes densités d'anomalies. So, the model, the anomaly detection tool can be customized or set via certain parameters to only report a certain anomalies on a certain threshold. So because we have discrepancies many of the time when we doing these distribution campaigns, but most of the time we want to focus our attention on like the highest discrepancies. So we can set the threshold like higher to only detect the most significant discrepancies that would have occurred through the campaign. So the tool itself is pretty straightforward. You feed it with 2 types of data sets. First is like the building footprint data set. Second is the BedNet GPS data set. And then you select the region you want to run the tool on, and then you set the parameters, the spatial resolution, the threshold, and then it produces the raster, the anomaly raster. Donc, l'outil est plutôt très simple d'utilisation. Il est nourri en entrée par deux types de données. D'abord, l'empreinte des bâtiments, la donnée sur l'empreinte des bâtiments, la donnée sur les données des distributions, donc la base des données des distributions. Ensuite, on sélectionne la région en fait, sur laquelle on veut lancer ou exécuter l'outil. Et après, on fixe les paramètres. En fait, ça peut être la résolution spatiale, ça peut être le seuil de sensibilité. Et à la fin, on tourne le modèle et il nous produit le raster d'anomalie. Donc, c'est en bref l'économie en fait de notre communication sur l'outil de détection d'anomalies. Briefly, this is the presentation on our anomaly detection tool. Thanks.
Merci pour la présentation. Nous avons, selon vos explications, compris que cette application est utilisable après la campagne et que ça nous permet de ressortir certaines anomalies en termes de distribution. Je voulais savoir, est-ce qu'il n'est pas possible de l'utiliser en même temps que la distribution se fait? Parce que si on constate les anomalies après, ce qui est sûr, il sera difficile de corriger. Est-ce qu'il est possible de le faire pendant la distribution? Et savoir aussi, est-ce qu'il y a possibilité de justement utiliser ce modèle, cette application avec d'autres applications que nous avons eues précédemment? Merci.
Vous avez parlé des types de données, les données qui proviennent de la distribution et puis les données de bâtiment. Donc, pour le données de bâtiment, quelle est la source? Est-ce qu'il faut une collecte à part pour avoir ces données?
Merci Emmanuel. En fait, l'application ou cette démo a été réalisée en RDC. C'est déjà une bonne chose. Et cela prouve réellement que nous sommes en train de prendre la bonne voie. Nous étions en train de voir, est-ce que c'est pas possible que nous puissions commencer à l'utiliser chaque jour? C'est-à-dire, les J1, les gens des scientifiques terrain, ils envoient des données. Déjà, les JD, nous puissions avoir ces informations pour déjà détecter les anomalies. Parce que nous, on les fait manuellement. Donc, on télécharge d'abord les données et on les place dans des plateformes afin que ça puisse générer. Et vous voyez, manuellement, ça prend toujours du temps, il y a toujours des choses. Est-ce que l'outil nous permet de les faire de façon automatique? Dès qu'on envoie les données directement, à partir des JD, on peut détecter facilement les anomalies afin d'orienter les équipes sur terrain. Merci.
So I would like to translate for the English-speaking people in this room. So the first question was about the use of this tool during or before campaigns, because like using this tool after a campaign, like make it kind of difficult to apply recommendations. Second question was about building footprints. How do we get access to building footprints? Are like NMCP going to collect them themselves, or are they available somewhere? Third question was like, in the case of DRC, is there, so it's relate to the first question, is there a way to use the data as they are coming in during the campaigns? Donc, je vais répondre à la première question. Je pourrais me faire compléter par d'autres collègues. Donc, l'outil a été développé dans un contexte et c'était un contexte post-campagne. Ce qui est vrai, c'est qu'il y a la possibilité d'utiliser l'outil peut-être pendant déjà le rattrapage tel qu'il est, déjà pendant le rattrapage. Donc, si on ramène les données dans l'outil, il va quand même déjà nous donner les anomalies et on peut se réaligner sur le rattrapage. On peut utiliser aussi l'outil pour planifier les prochaines campagnes en nous ressourçant sur les leçons apprises en fait de l'évaluation des campagnes précédentes. Mais ce qui est aussi possible, mais qui demande et nécessite en fait et qui sort du contexte de la production de cet outil pour la première fois, parce qu'on l'a produit pour la première fois pour ce contexte-là. Donc, ce serait que c'est possible de le faire, mais il y a des modifications en fait à faire pour l'utiliser pendant la campagne ou avant la campagne, peut-être à intégrer exactement l'outil lui-même dans tout le processus de la planification, mais aussi de l'étendre à un usage qui n'est pas le même contexte. Donc, un usage où le dénombrement des ménages se fait à une étape différente de la distribution elle-même, ou dans les cas où la distribution s'est faite en site fixe et non pas en porte-à-porte. So, on the first question, the context, exactly the context in which the tool was produced was like a post-campaign process, post-campaign context, but like the tool could still be used during the mop-ups. It could still be used. The tool could still be used to plan for upcoming campaigns from lesson learned from the evaluation, the campaign evaluation. But there is a way exactly that the tool could be like recustomized to be used during campaigns. But we have to understand that it's a different context. There are also ways that the tool could be customized to be used in campaigns where household numbering and BedNet distribution do not occur at the same time. There are also ways to customize the tool to be used in a context where it's not like a door-to-door distribution campaign, but it's rather a fixed site distribution campaign. Alors, pour la deuxième question, concernant les données des bâtiments, donc ce sont des données que nous rendons aussi disponibles pour certaines régions, mais peut-être qu'ils vont demander des collaborations avec d'autres acteurs pour avoir ce type de données disponibles pour d'autres régions et rapidement. So for building footprints, you can have like access to building footprint for certain regions via Agri3, but you can also like engage with other partners, you know, to have building footprints for other regions. Pour la troisième question, qui est la possibilité d'utiliser pendant que les données sont en train de venir, il faut comprendre que c'est une question qui va demander une plus grande intégration, puisqu'en fait, il faut connecter l'outil directement avec l'outil de collecte, ce qui n'est pas le cas ici. Le cas ici, c'est prendre des données en fait, qui ont déjà été extraites de la collecte et de les injecter dans l'outil. Donc, peut-être que ça demandera d'autres travaux exactement d'ingénierie qu'on peut toujours faire en se rapprochant du programme lui-même. Mais donc, dans un contexte qui serait celui-là, exactement, l'outil nous donnerait des données. Mais après, il faut aussi comprendre le contexte de la disponibilité de ces données, puisque on connaît le contexte de couverture. Est-ce qu'on sera en mesure d'avoir ces données chaque jour? Ou est-ce qu'il faudra attendre une certaine période où les personnes rentrent à un endroit en fait, ou un site de stockage exactement où il y a la connexion exactement? So, to know if it's possible to use data as they are becoming available, one has to understand that this tool is not integrated with the collection tool. So data has to be first extracted from the collection platform to be fed into this anomaly detection tool. But like in a potential situation where like we built this interconnecting architecture, it's possible exactly to feed data directly from the collection tool. but we have to keep in mind the fact that there are some constraints, on the operationalization of such an architecture, because you don't always have access to this data as they are ready, as they are available. So the data can be available in the collection platform or like in the collection tool, but not available in like the consolidation platform, because we have got network shortage, or we don't have coverage, internet coverage, or like the consolidation point for offline consolidation. The consolidation site is really far from the distribution site. So there are all those considerations that should be taken into account while planning for such infrastructure. Thanks. Is there any other question? No. So if there is no further question, I'll pass on to Farouk. Yep.
Thank you very much. So I was just going to add that is this tool able to help with geospatial analysis to target the vulnerable populations? For example, during campaigns, to be able to say this is where we have the missed, maybe during the campaigns we are targeting missed households, so we can inform targeted visits for mop-up and all of that. Or it's just to address anomaly.
Thanks. So pour ceux qui parlent français, la question elle est de savoir si cet outil peut nous aider à rattraper les communautés manquées ou les villages manqués. So short answer is that we are going to present another tool that is the coverage tool, coverage analysis dashboard. And that one helps us detect missed community or missed settlements. Donc après la présentation de Farouk, on pourra parler d'un autre outil qui est un dashboard en fait de détection, d'analyse de couverture qui nous permet de cibler des endroits en fait qui ont été potentiellement manqués. Donc ce premier outil, il se focalise uniquement juste sur la surdistribution ou la sous-distribution. This first tool only focus on over distribution and under distribution. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I'll just walk you through the Grid 3 Data Hub, which is a repository. 3 minutes, yeah, sorry. So I'll just be quick. Just walk you through the Grid 3 Data Hub, which is a repository for different special data sets from different countries. You see, we have data sets from Burkina Faso, Zambia, Kenya, Nigeria, Mali, and other countries. So you can visit the website and you can freely download these data sets. And they are categorized into different groups. For example, you see we have the boundaries, which consist of like admin boundaries, board level, LGA, states, it depends on the country. And then we have the infrastructure, which contains police stations, schools, mosques, churches, and other points of interest. And then we have the population estimates. We have the settlement extent, which is the extent containing various settlement points. And we also have the settlement points for your use. But not only that, we have the visualization tool on that particular website, where, for example, you can quickly visualize the data and do some summary statistics, some simple geoprocessing, like buffer to generate summary statistics from maybe these features. It depends on what you want to do. So I'll just quickly, since we have a few minutes, running you through. This is just an example of how it will look once you click on any country on that Grid 3 Data Hub. So you see we have different features here: health facilities, schools, churches. Here is the information about the tool. You can see you can review the legend, hide the data layers, change base map. It depends on what you want, imagery or OpenStreetMap. And then you can also draw buffer, and click on any point of interest. So here you can see the different legends that we have, and you can also see the option of the layer. So you see the active ones are the ones in the area that are zoomed, the ones that are available. For example, if there is no police station in that particular area, it won't be active. So once you zoom to an area where that coverage, where that particular point of interest, even if it's just one, it will be highlighted and you can switch on and off depending on what you want to do. For example, if you're in a micro planning campaign, ITN, and you want to just quickly maybe get a summary of the health facilities or let's say settlements within that area or even population data, you can quickly do that or the settlements to generate that. And here's a tool as well, the buffer tool. Yeah, so sometimes because of internet, it will be difficult. So you can just create the buffer and then it will generate the statistics for you. Once you highlight the various health facilities, it will generate a statistics of, okay, these are the number of people within this particular distance, these are the number of schools within this distance, and all other summary. But not only that, after doing that, you can quickly, maybe if you want to share the little analysis you do, you can quickly just print all in that particular area. You can just select the format you want. You can print it in PDF. You can select the size, A3, A4, any size you want, depending on what you want to do. And not only that, if you don't want to share it, if you don't want to print it, you want to share it electronically, you can quickly go here and select, share the link with any person. And this could be even in a small meeting, in office or in a field. You can use your phone to do it, quickly analyze, and then generate this information even in field during campaigns. So it's very helpful, and everyone can have, all of you can have access to it, and you can maybe play around with it. If you have any questions, you can just contact us via our email. Thank you very much.